boy, hold wait. I got my soul straight. I brush your mouth with Colgate. In any weather, I'm never better. Your boy's so hot, you never catch me in the next man's sweater. If they hate, let them hate. I drop your whole clan. Lay your ass down for the 3 second tan. Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. 5 pounds of courage, buddy, age 10 pants with a gold tee. It's a war dance, a victory step. Of all stances, a gift to you, assistance my rep. John Cena trademark, y'all are so. Talk about the brick we make, but don't know the recipe for dodo. You need the guns and all your photos, that's a no-no. When this pop, you lip lock with big chops, I'm blinking no show. See what happens when the ice age melt. You see monetary status is not what matters, but it helps. I'm rocking timepiece by Benny, if any. The same reason y'all love me is the same reason y'all condemn me. A man's measured by the way that he thinks, not clothing lines, ice links, leather and minks. I spent 20+ years seeking knowledge itself. So for now, Mark Beck is living life for well. Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now. Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now. Word life. This is basic thugonomics. This is basic thugonomics. Word life. I'm untouchable, but I'm forcing you to feel me. Word life. This is basic thugonomics. Word life. I'm untouchable, but I'm forcing you to feel me. Whether fighting or spitting, my discipline is unforgiving. Got you backing up in the defensive position. An ass kicking anthem. Heavyweight on phantom, holding camp for ransom. The microphone phantom. Teams hit the floor, it's the new fight joint. Like a broken needle, kid, you missing the point. We dominate your conference with offense that's no nonsense. My theme song hits, get your reinforcements. We strike quick with hard kicks, ducking ice sticks, bare knuckle mental fight pits. Beat you lifeless, never survive this. Get forgot like all timers. Two-faced rappers, walk away with 4 shiners. The raw rhymer, turning legends to old timers. My insights like a fiber biting through your one-liners. New Dead Man Inc., and we about to make you famous. Taking over Earth and still kicking in Uranus. Word life. This is basic thugonomics. This is basic thugonomics. Word life. I'm untouchable, but I'm forcing you to feel me. Word life. This is basic thugonomics. Word life. I'm untouchable, but I'm forcing you ain't advancing enough to process potential phonetical concepts or objects or foreign, like block tests, fonts and text are complex, regardless of your finesse or your business. It's a condition of business. Your lane vision of an underground physical image underneath to undermine your whole typical image with the precision of percentages in the collision of sentences. Poetry, beats and mics, we untouchable like righteous sluts with no crevices. Streets unite, we rock brighter with dumber beats. Your cats couldn't come this hot and rehearse off in the summer heat. Forget 2 takes, kill your words the first time. Your best ain't worthy of my filler or worse rhymes. I'm better than nice. Check the veterans' rights. If you beside yourself with fear, I'll kill you, bury you twice. Despite the cover of night, tracking your flight like guerrilla warfare. Where the grass is dense, approaching me's a quick way to get referred to in the past tense. Dead that. When the light and mic is on, the crowd is dead like an intermission when you on a tight word life. This is basic thugonomics. This is basic thugonomics. Word life. I'm untouchable, but I'm forcing you to feel me. Word life. This is basic thugonomics. Word life. I'm untouchable, but I'm forcing you to feel me.
Good morning, everyone, and hello. Welcome to this. Um, I am currently. I may need to potentially. Well, actually, hang on. Sorry, I'm messing with a couple of things right now. I should have had. I think probably had 14 open before I opened my recording software. Uh, because there's some weirdness with the audio that I am attempting to shake out. But that gives me time to kind of sit and discuss what we're going to be doing today. So, in case you are not aware, this is going to be a stream series. Yes, another new one. I know, I have an addiction. In which I will be going through and uh, basically reading everything possible in Final Fantasy XIV. Uh, it's going to be a long road for sure. Um, in terms of exactly how it's going to work, I will explain that in just a moment. I need to focus on getting this ironed out first. But for those who don't know already, there's also a poll that I posted in my social media and also some other stuff that is using it's a poll that I made myself because the idea with it is that we are going to there we go. The idea with it is that we are going to be uh, playing through, or we're going to be community creating a character, essentially. And I believe the best way to do that is to have everybody vote on what our character is going to be, who they are, everything, essentially. But why don't we why don't I shut up for just a moment and yes, thank you, thank you. If you haven't already, please take the time to vote. I will be closing the submissions after I'm finished explaining the rules. So if you have not had the chance to vote already, please do. But let's do a little opening ceremony here. Why not? Final Fantasy. Alright, there we go. And that is the sick-ass opening of 14 A Realm Reborn. So, I'm going to go into data center selection here, and just kind of click off of the game for a little bit, just so the audio doesn't play, because I'm gonna be talking a little bit here. So, let's go over some ground rules for what we're gonna be doing here. So first things first, because this is going to be a reread from the very beginning of the game, I would request that you please not discuss spoilers. Realistically speaking, I think essentially anything past the point where we are in the story right now, like at that point in time, I would consider to be spoilers at this point. Of course, this game has been out for a very long time, but because of the point of this is to immerse people in the lore of the world as much as physically possible, I would like to discover that organically, kind of. Additionally, let's see. My plan is to, like I said, try and read everything possible in the game. However, I am only human, and therefore I will miss things. There are going to be times where dialogue updates, and because I don't know the trigger for that dialogue updating, I don't go back to that person and talk to them, because that's simply the way it be sometimes. But I will certainly attempt to, do what I can. In terms of progressing to new expansions and stuff, my plan is to try and do everything I possibly fucking can before moving on to the next expansion. That may not be necessarily physically possible, because there are some things in each expansion that take a very, 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 very long time to do. Namely, relic weapons, Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High, and everything kind of related to those, like deep dungeons and stuff like that. So, with that in mind, obviously some progression is going to be happening off-screen. On the off chance that I do encounter dialogue in my off-stream time that we have not seen before, what I will do is I will take a screenshot of it. And before the beginning of every stream, I will host a collection of every single piece of dialogue that we have that I had to see during my off-stream time, and I will read them for you then. This way you will be spared a large amount of the monotony of some later things. The next thing is, because this is going to require so much reading on my part, not only do I have my trusty water bottle here, but in future streams, I will be taking guests from the poll, which will be closing as soon as I am done with this explanation, who would be interested in helping me read. It's going to be one person at a time. It's going to be a rotating cast of people. I'll draw a name from a hat basically at the start of every stream. Oh, God. Jesus. Hi, Kent. You got it, buddy. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Rotating guest commentators. And, we'll shoot the shit in between. But, yeah. I am going to... Let's see. It is currently 12:41. It's about to be 12:42. Let's take a quick look at the poll here. I'm almost 100% positive we know what we're going to do. Let's see. And we have one more person to add to the list of commentators. Once again, thank you for your last-minute completion of the poll, Scoosh. Thank you for that. But a lot of that stuff is going to be stuff that we cover in later episodes, because right now we have a lot of stuff to do. Also, hi Axa, how you doing? Thanks for coming. Thanks for stopping by. Uh, all right. Uh, I am going to close the poll in 20 seconds at 12:43 my time. So, here we go. And of course, before we actually, another thing I should say, well, actually, I'll wait until the poll is closed in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ba-da-ding! The poll is now closed. All right. So, one last thing I want to say. I am going to be creating this character on the Crystal server, this one here. Also, I'm going to turn this down, the game sound down a little bit. Come on. There we go. I'm going to be creating them on the Crystal server because a lot of the things that we're going to be doing is going to require help from people who are max level. So that makes it easier on all of us, I think. With that being said... Hey, what's up, man? Thanks for stopping by. Alright, so... let us begin. As you can see, here's one of my main characters, our Optimus Prime. Hanging out, doing what he can. But we're not here to play as him, we're playing as a new friend. So, first things first. We're going to read through the race descriptions of every single race. So, to begin with, we have Hyur. The Hyur are said to have first traveled to Eorzea from her surrounding continents and islands. 3 great migratory waves later, they are now the most populous of all the civilized races. They exhibit a relatively modest physique, both in height and build, and are known for their peculiarly short, rounded ears. Hyurs are well suited for traveling long distances by foot, a trait thought to account for their swift proliferation. Their espousal of an eclectic variety of languages and traditions is a legacy of their diverse heritage, as is their resulting lack of a unified cultural identity. Let's see. Let's also go through and read the individual clans of each race as well before we move on to the next one. So, Midlanders. The Midlander clan comprises over half of the total population of Eorzea's Hyurs. They have established themselves throughout every city in the realm and lead lives as diverse as their heritage. Trained in letters from infancy, the Midlanders are generally more educated than many of the other races and clans. Despite the fact that males tend to be slightly taller than females, there are no significant differences between the genders. And Highlander. The Highlanders were the first of the Hyurs to reach Eorzea. Their name derives from their long tradition of building strongholds in the mountains. Compared to their Midlander brethrens, the Highlanders are noticeably larger in build. Of late, Highlanders have become an increasingly rare sight in Eorzea, their number represented almost exclusively by those who fled Alamigo after its fall, and now work in the desert city-state of Ul'dah as mercenaries and sellswords. Okay, let's back up. Elezen. In former times, the Elezen were the sole inhabitants of Eorzea, claiming dominion over her. Traditionally a nomadic people, the tall, slender Elezen believed the realm to be theirs by divine right. Unfortunately, this belief made the eventual appearance of Hyur in their multitudes akin to an invasion, and a long history of conflict ensued. Ultimately, the Elezen diverged into the 2 clans that exist today. The Wildwood Elezen took to the forests to protect their homeland, while the Duskwhite Elezen withdrew to caves and subterranean, opting to instead avoid all contact with any but their own. A little sneak peek into what the clans are. Wildwood. For hundreds of years, the Wildwood Elezen have lived in the relative safety of Eorzea's lush forests. With the formation of Eorzea's governments, however, many Wildwood ventured forth from the forest, drawn to the exhilarating cosmopolitanism of nearby Gridania. There is a minimal dimorphism between the 2 genders, though males are generally considered to be milder and more chivalrous in demeanor. Among their Duskwhite brethren, the Wildwood Elezen are referred to as Greens for their love of the forest. Also, how's the music volume, by the way? Do we need to turn that down at all, or is that at a good volume for everybody? It's important to make sure you can actually hear me. Sounds good? Okay. Centuries ago, a number of Elizans sought out a life of peace and seclusion in the depths of Eorzea's caves and caverns. Today, they are called the Duskwhite, though to their Wildwood cousins they are simply known as the Greys, after their preference for darkness and stone. The cave-dwelling ways of the Duskwhite persist, with some among them turning to robbery and pillaging to survive, earning them the scorn of their woodland relatives. There are few differences between the genders, but Duskwhite females are often regarded as being the more passionate and unyielding of the two. They are known as white. Lalafell. A wee people. Sporting short, rotund bodies, the Lalafell appear as no more than children to the eyes of most. Many of these nimble little folk hail from the islands of the South Seas, where they practice a simple agricultural lifestyle. It was not until the opening of maritime trade routes that the gradual migration of Lalafells to Eorzea began. Now one of the most well-established races in the realm, Lalafells can be found in great numbers in nearly every city. Though Lalafellan culture places great emphasis on blood relations, individuals are known for getting along amicably with members of all races. A wee people! That's right. Uh-huh. Plainsfolk. From the flat landscapes of the Plainfolk's home islands are where this Lalafellan clan takes its name. Their distinct hair coloration, a myriad of earthy and grassy tones, help them to blend in well with their environment, acting as an effective camouflage against would-be attackers. It was the similarity of Lenosha's grassy fields to those in their homeland which drew their first settlers to the Isles of Vilbrand and what is now Limsa Lominsa. They are a clever and opportunistic people, and crafty with their words. The generally accepted view of Plainsfolk is that they are a vibrant lot, with a penchant for excessive conversation. Dunesfolk. Perhaps the most unique characteristic of the Dunesfolk is their luminous eyes, a result of a glossy protective layer which covers the pupil, an evolutionary response to their homeland's glaring sunlight. Many individuals wear a small traditional gemstone on their forehead, a symbol of their zodiacal sign. They are adamant about scholasticism, placing the advancement of knowledge before all else. Other races tend to perceive male Dunesfolk as introverts who care more for books, business, and the prosperity of Ul'dah, a city-state built upon Dunesfolk ingenuity, than the goings-on of the rest of the realm. Mikote. The ancestors of the Mikote made their way to Eorzea during the Age of Endless Frost, traversing the frozen seas in pursuit of the wildlife which they subsisted. Adaptation to a hunting lifestyle has fashioned them with a keen sense of smell, powerful legs, and a tail which provides them with exceptional balance. Mikote are known to be very territorial, and many individuals tend to lead solitary lifestyles, particularly males. Seekers of the Sun. The self-proclaimed Seekers of the Sun are the diurnal clan of the Mikote race. Their preference for the warm light of day pervades all aspects of their culture, as is apparent in their devout reverence for Azima, the Warden, Keeper of the Sun and Goddess of Inquiry. They are perhaps best known for their striking eyes, the result of their vertically aligned pupils and faintly colored irises. It is also not uncommon for their eyes to be disparately colored from birth, a trait considered auspicious amongst their kind. Seeker tribes can be found throughout Eorzea, with large concentrations appearing near Limsa Lominsa and the Sogoli Desert. Keepers of the Moon. The nocturnal among the Mikote have dubbed themselves the Keepers of the Moon. Shying from the garish light of the day, they revel in the shroud of night, with most offering their piety to Menfina, the lover, goddess of the moon. They are distinguishable from their diurnal cousins by their darker fur, larger ears, rounder eyes, and more pronounced canines, and longer, skinnier tails. The ritual application of war paint to the face is still regularly practiced, as it is believed the vivid colors grant lunar powers. After a great many summers of conflict with the people of Gridania, the Keepers have finally made amends with the people of the Sylvan city-state, with some even choosing to make their homes there. Rogadin. Known for their brawny builds and piercing eyes, the Rogadin are the largest and most rugged of Eorzea's races. The majority of the realm's Rogadin belong to the Seawolf clan, a maritime people who own their keep on or by the sea, be it as sailors, fishermen, or pirates. Comparatively fewer in number are the Hellsguard, who are known for their more earnest demeanors and can often be found working as bodyguards and smithies. Sea wolves. Long ago, no vessel or coastal village was safe from the fury of the sea wolves and their maritime brand of brutality. The mere mention of the clan was enough to strike fear into the hearts of any who drew their livelihood from the sea. The sea wolves originally hail from the islands of the far North Seas, where they still subsist as fishermen and women. What? Anyway, it was not until the large-scale deployment of Limsa Lominsa's armada that the sea wolves' appetite for piracy diminished. Now it is not uncommon to see them employed as sailors or naval mercenaries on all manner of vessels. However, they have never forgotten the ways of their homeland, and still use the ancient Rogadan language in their names. The Hellsguard are a Rogadan clan with body and mind tempered by the unforgiving heat of the volcanic regions they inhabit. Believing these mountains of flame to be the gates to the underworld, their line has for centuries stood vigil to prevent the passing of souls back to the realm of the living. As the harsh environs of their homelands produce little sustenance, the second and third born are often sent forth from their mountain villages, with many and more making their way to great cities. It is there that their sheer girth and steely demeanor place them in high demand as soldiers and sellswords, allowing the young of even the largest families to surpass their elder siblings in prosperities. The ancient art of the RMT face roll in their names, I think it's more the ancient art of Welsh naming conventions, which are very cool. Aura. The curved horns and beautifully patterned scales, on some of them, that characterize the Aura oft give rise to speculation that the members of this Hyur-like race native to the far eastern continent of Othard are, in fact, the progeny of dragons. This, however, has long been disputed, with scholars citing several distinct differences. It's Germanic? Oh, my bad, I'm sorry. Distinct differences in the two races as evident of decidedly dissimilar roots, the first and foremost being the enhanced hearing and spatial recognition granted by an Aura's cranial projections, traits not attributed to draconian horns. And the second being the gross disproportion in body mass between Auri males and females, again, a widely unseen trait in dragons. Let's go, sexual dimorphism, wahoo! Ron, or Rain. Ron? I don't know. I don't remember. Auri creation myths tells of a dawn father and a dusk mother, from whom all Aura are descended. The Rain believe their veins to run thick with the blood of the former, their brilliant white scales and iron wills serving as proof of this divine lineage. Unlike their sister clan, the Zayla, who bloody the land with endless tribal conflict, the Ron have embraced a life of tranquility and solitude, long abandoning the nomadic lifestyle of their ancestors to settle in the deep valleys of Othard's mountainous eastern regions. Only on rare occasions will one emerge from the Valley Mists to seek adventure in realms afar. Auri creation myths tell of a dawn father and a dusk mother, from whom all Aura are descended. The Zayla believe their veins to run thick with the blood of the latter, their lustrous black scales and fiery wills serving as proof of this divine lineage. Unlike their sister clan, the Ran, who lead solitary lives hidden beneath the savage peaks of Othard's eastern reaches, the Zayla are free spirits who roam the vast western steppe in close-knit tribes, hunting, gathering, and warring there as their ancestors have for countless generations. Hrothgar. Hailing from the distant shores of Ilsabard, the Hrothgar are a burly people of lion-like appearance. Or the males are, at least. Females number so staggeringly few among their population, and thus are rarely seen as glimpsed by other races, nor are they playable. The Hrothgar's imposing countenance, mitigated not at all by their sharp claws and still sharper fangs, incited panic amongst Eorzeans upon their arrival. As they were also unable to communicate, initial interactions with the common folk often escalated to conflict. It was not until the Hrothgar gained mastery of the common tongue that fears were allayed, and in time they would be as neighbors, welcome in all corners of the realm. Hellions. I've got to be honest with you guys, by the way, genuinely did not even remember the name of the clans for Hrothgar. Didn't even bother looking them up. Hellions have traditionally been content to reside in southern Ilsabard with their respective tribes, devout servants to their queens, one and all, and thus have only but recently begun to make their presence felt throughout the remainder of the three continents. Though these Hrothgar initially had no word to describe themselves, scholars came to call them Hellions after observing how their lives all but revolved around their queen's needs, as planets circle the sun. The Lost. Unlike their Hellion brethren, the Lost are unbound by the whims of any reigning monarch, having long since found themselves bereft of the warm radiance of their queen. Most find the nomadic lifestyle best suits their situation, and are known to ply a variety of trades that align with their propensity to travel, seasonal labor, mercenary, and peddler among them. Viera. Of tall stature and slender frame, the Viera's physical appearance is strikingly similar to that of Huron Ellison, save for their distinctive long ears. Adhering to a strict code known as the Green Word, they are prohibited from contact with the outside world under the threat of exile. Their society is purely matriarchal, and males of age are seldom, if ever, found within the bounds of any village. They instead serve as protectors of the wood from the shadows, that no evil may ever encroach on their sacred lands. Rava. Viera of the Rava clan live primarily in the Golmore jungle, their umber skin allowing them to readily blend in with their surroundings. Though the males stand as wards of the forest, the females are adept hunters in their own right, fiercely guarding their homes and their young. Despite appearances by Dalmaskins to subjugate them, they have ever maintained a self-governing dominion. Though most would adhere to the traditions of the wood, some few have chosen to venture out into the world. Vina. With skin as white as the snow-capped mountains towering above, the Vina clan make their homes in the forests lining the southwestern foothills of the Scatay Range. Like the members of their sister clan, the Vina live as hunters and gatherers, laboring not only to protect the woods but to nurture them. As the winds of war swept up a number of those who left their mountain homes, many such hardened hunters chose to set out for the distant shores of Eorzea. Alright, and that is all of the races and their clans. So let us go ahead and take a look at our responses real quick here. Of the 27 responses that I have received, the winning gender is female. The winning race is Viera, with a total of 8 votes. And the winning clan is Rava. So we will be playing a female Rava. And now, for the other fun part. We are all going to create this character together. So, what are we thinking? Are we thinking tall, short, somewhere in between? What do you guys want? This is going to take a while, because we're going to go through each of these kind of individually and figure out what we want. Good luck. This is your problem now, guys. It's not mine. I'm seeing 3 votes for max height. Set every value to 69. I really like that idea. We'll have to set at least one value to 69. I like that suggestion. I'm seeing a lot of max height, so I think we're going to go max height. Bust size, that's what we're going to set to 69, because that's funny. I can't do it. I can't set it to 69, it won't let me. It's only going in 2s. That sucks. This game sucks. Remember numpad? Oh, you're right. Hang on. Wait. No, that's not it. Arrow keys. Nope, arrow keys move the camera. Yeah, there's nothing, nothing that lets me move this, at least that I can tell, immediately. We'll leave it at 68. Numpad 0 to select, and then 8 to 2 to slide. I see. 0... No, that's... still not doing it. Unless... hang on. Oh, wait. There we go. Yeah! Woo! Alright. Mission accomplished, everybody. Alright. This is Viera Rava. Viera Rava clan. Alright, so what are our faces? We got this, 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 and that. So we have face 1, face 2, face 3, and face 4. Anybody have any particular preferences? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I see a 3. Okay, seeing 3s. I know Moon doesn't care for face 1. Alright, I'm seeing face 3s. Let's go with that. Skin color. I'm not making a white Viera. Sorry, guys. It's gonna be on this end of the spectrum here. Let's see. Hang on. Let's do a quick change real quick here. Let's look at our girl in the sun, shall we? This is probably going to be the hardest part, is just selecting a skin color, or just like colors of things, because there's so many options. I might kind of just make my own decision here, just because I know what I'd like to do. How does everybody feel about this one? I like this color. This is a nice one. Narrow it to 2 or 3. Yeah, I could do that. I'd say this one, or maybe this one here. No, I'm gonna go with this one. This one's fine. Alright. Infinite hairstyles. This is also something that we can kind of change around if we so desire, but let's go ahead and look through them and see if there's any of them that jump out at people. So we've got that. The same thing, but with a little thingy. Curlier the better. One with flowers. This one's kind of curly. And then that's it. I like this hairstyle. This is a hairstyle I've not seen on a lot of Viera, but I really like it. But in terms of like the curliest stuff, I would say something like this is pretty curly. This is a little curly. This has flowers in it. This has flowers in it. This has flowers in it. I already picked that one. Anybody else have any suggestions? Like the locks? So what would that be, this one, or? Last one? Dreadlocks? Okay. So, we got some people wanting dreadlocks, we got some people wanting flowers. Third row, fourth hairstyle. This one? No, yeah, it does have flowers in it. Alright, we're kinda ping-ponging between the dreadlocks and this hair, I think. Anybody else have any tiebreakers out there? Okay, we're back to we're back to a tie. Come on, guys. Okay. That's one vote for this hairstyle, other than the dreadlocks. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. This is going to be the one. Oh, can you see the dreadlocks again? Yeah, certainly. This is the dreadlocks. Not going to comment because that's too much responsibility, but that's why you're here! So that's the dreadlocks, and then this is the other one that we were looking at. should just double check something here while we wait for any people who want to get in there and give me their answers. Dreadlocks could work with the darker hairstyle. Awesome, we're back to a full tie. Excellent job, everybody. Should I just flip a coin? Should I just do that? I feel like that's probably the easiest thing to do. Google coin flip. Yep, here we go. Let's see. Change between two every MSQ. It's gonna be a long time. Alright, so it flips it automatically, but I don't care. We're gonna wait. Alright, so, we'll say, this hairstyle is heads. This hairstyle is tails. Is that okay with everybody? Is everybody okay with the 50-50? Oh, yeah, you're right. You can't see the hairstyle. Hang on. Let me just do this real quick. Yeah, I see it. One sec. It'll hopefully... Oh, wait. I have to do this to do that. Right, okay. So, this hairstyle will be heads. This hairstyle will be tails. Is that good with everybody? Alright. Let's, you got one shot, one chance to blow. Here we go. Yeah! It's heads! Which means it is this hairstyle. Awesome. That only took about 20 minutes. Good work, everybody. Hair color. A lot of colors. Would the people who did not get their hairstyle picked last time, would you guys like to vote on the color? That seems fair, right? Green? Okay. Next week? No, we're doing it right now. There is green. Alright. Light green. Like, how light are we talking? Are we talking like that light? Or maybe a little darker than that? Like a soft pastel? So more like this, then? Terra green, all for auburn. So like a kind of a reddish. I do like the red. The red is a nice color choice too. But I'll actually, hang on a sec. Here's what we can do. Let's see. Is that about auburn? That or something 2 rows up from the bottom. Oh yeah. This is like a kind of a seafoam green. I do like the vibrant color though. How's that? How's this look? I like this hair. I think we'll go with this. I do have the right face, yeah? Okay. Couldn't remember. Moving on to jaw. This is virtually no difference. Ears got dipped, exactly. big decision here, guys. What's it gonna be? Type 1, Type 2, or Type 3? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we've got one for 3 and one for 2. Okay, we've got one for everything then. Okay, it's 2 for 3. Might as well also look at it from another angle here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright, I think 3 is the winner there. Eye shape. Okay, let's, I can't get any closer than this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are all very, very slight changes, again. Let's see. Can I face her into the sun a little bit more? Ironically, I think this hairstyle is actually making it more difficult to pick the eyes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seeing some 4s, seeing some 3. Let's go with 4. Yep, 4 it is. This one's pretty easy. Large or small iris? Ooh. Me when I see a pretty lady. My eyes do this. Large. Small, okay. Good work, everybody. Democracy, let's go! Alright, I'm seeing more smalls now. Alright, let's look at our eye color. So we can give ourselves odd eyes, pendulum dragon. Let's see, what do we want to do for eyes? Do we want to try and match the hair, or do we want to try and do something a little, differente? Maybe match the hair highlight? Okay. Let's see, that was about there-ish. So that'd be maybe, let's see. Okay, need to get... Yeah, that looks pretty similar. Yeah, there we go. Eyebrows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Couple of 2s, a 4. Needs intense bushy anime eyebrows. I don't know if that's an option for Vieira, unfortunately. Okay, so far 2 still has the most votes. I'll go through them a couple more times. 1, actually let's look for it straight on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, sadly no strong mad brows. Two seems to be the thing that has the most votes, so we'll go with that for now, unless anybody else wants to chime in. Alright. Nose. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. Okay, we've got some votes for 1 and 4. Okay, conditional 3 and 4 vote. Let's see. Sorry, just checking a few things here. Okay. So far, I believe 4 technically has the most votes right now. Okay, let's move on. Mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. Gotta go now? Alright, see you later, Scoosh. Thank you for your input. And also, just so you all know, in case you do have to leave early, I will be uploading this VOD to my YouTube channel when I get the chance to after the stream is done, so if you miss anything, you are free to catch up there. Immediately, a ton of votes have come in for Mouth 3, so I think that's going to be the one. They're going to scoosh right out! Alright, let's see. Do we want our character to have lipstick at all? And if so, what color? And do we want it to be heavy lipstick, light lipstick, or just none at all? Light orange red. The one to the right of where it is. So right here, light. So, not a huge difference, but... like that kind of... what does the dark version of that look like, is the other question. Yeah, not a whole lot different. How does that look, everybody? Look good? Alright, nice. Ear shape. Here it is, the most important question. Because remember, everybody, because you all picked Vieira, we have been relegated to not wearing hats. Ever. So, get used to seeing ears. So, the ear options that we have are this, 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 or this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm seeing votes for the floppy ears. I do have a soft spot for the floppy ears, I won't lie. I'd like if they were more reactive, like Makote ears. Yeah, me too. But, I mean, they already, like... and you know, the funny thing is I think I would understand if they didn't want to do helmets for Vieira if the ears were reactive. and like they moved around a lot during emotions and stuff, but they don't. They're just kind of static. So, alright, looks like 3. And you want them to be as small as possible. Okay. How does everybody else feel about that? The floppy ears work with the Choco Dip Auburn? Yeah, it's true. Nice short ears. Medium of an ear size. Let's just move that up a little bit. Maybe like a 20, 26 or something. Boing, 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 boing. 26 looks solid. Okay. How do other people look like, or how do other people feel about this? Are you guys talking about the, Hyantia in Xenoblade 1? Yeah, it does kind of look like that, doesn't it? Somebody get on making a Melia Antiqua, alt character in, Final Fantasy XIV, please. Thank you. Facial features. Alright, so let's just take everything off real quick here. I don't think Viera can go short enough to be like Melia, that's true. So we've got some slightly bushier eyebrows. We've got a Mystic Power Gem. Got some eyeshadow. Got some longer lashes, it looks like. A little hard to see. That's certainly not going to fucking help. Just out of curiosity. Let's move this around a little bit. No, that's also not going to help. Yeah, no, let's just put her back on the coastline. This is still the best lighting to see this. Turn them eyebrows on? Sure thing. And the last thing is this little beauty mark right here. So what are we feeling? We want anything else on other than the bushier eyebrows? The right eyeshadow? Do you mean this thing here? The upper eyelid eyeshadow thing? Okay. Anything else specific that people want on? I promise we're almost done, guys. And then I can read some more. Which is what everybody's here for. Think that's good? Okay. Anybody want tattoos? Anything on the nose? Anything on the cheeks? What are we thinking? Is there a girl tatted up? No? Tattoo options are not great? Yeah, but I mean, we also still have, like, face paint and stuff to go through. But yeah. Looks like kind of a resounding no on these. Clean-faced? Okay. Let's see. Anything that we want here that can involve some additional eyeshadow, eyeshadow in a different place, some blush, some cartoon blush, a cool dragon on the side of your head, that, a little flower, stars, a butterfly, a heart. I don't know what that is. We can be Tien, or, sorry, Krillin. You can be a cat. Have a little chocobo, claw marks, cool eye thingy. We can be from Xenoblade X. Some tribal things. The Mr. Face paint. We could be covered in. We can have some vitiligo, or we can have freckles. And it can only be one of these, by the way. So that's something to say. The one either directly to the right of claws, so this one, or below it, or this one. So one of these two. I agree. I do also really like the freckles. I think the freckles are cute. But I mean, I do also like these kind of marks as well. I think they're very cool and very like in line with like what Vera culture is like. I wish we could have both. I wish freckles were not a face paint option, and I wish they were like, you know, an actual thing. But it seems like freckles are winning out, so looks like we're gonna go with some freckles. And we should probably try and match it to... How does that look? That looks like a pretty natural skin color, right? Just kind of having it dark like that. How does that look? All right. Onwards to the voice. Now comes the fun part. I'm gonna... Alright. Let's go through these one at a time, I guess. How well can you guys hear those, by the way? That's pretty quiet. Okay, that's voice 1. Here's voice 2. Okay, now for voice 3. Also, slight critique of this game. These are the worst fucking possible voice samples that you could have used to display each of these voices. I gotta be honest with you. Like, could you not have selected literally anything else that, like, it displays these better? Select laugh and go down the types from there. That's probably a good idea. Okay, so yeah, that's number 3. Here's number 4. Any of those particularly tickles people's fancy that they'd like to hear in other things? I haven't really heard this one very much. I want to, just out of curiosity. Seven? Okay, that was all of 7. Any other ones that people want to hear? Okay, vote for 7. Yeah, 7's a pretty good one. I think one of the big problems is that there aren't, like, because there's a lot of, like, joke male voices, like, that are just, like, really shrill or high-pitched or really deep, but there are not a lot of good joke female voices, I don't think. Okay, anybody else have anything they'd like to hear other than number 7? Or the number 12 that I went through? Not since they removed the old lady-sounding voice bank? Unfortunate. You are not allowed to be old. Alright, I'm actually going to take this moment to run to the bathroom real quick. If there's any other voices people would like to hear, let me know and I'll come back and run through them again. But otherwise I think we'll probably go with 7. Alright, I'm back. And just for everybody's benefit, I'm going to run through all the voices one more time, just in case. Alright, any requests? Otherwise, we will probably move on. Going once. Going twice. Going thrice. And number 7 is the winner. Sure, we'll save our appearance data. We'll, put it right here in lucky number 13. This is all your fault. Chat. As for our birthday, we're just gonna make it, just straight up today, so 5/15. Because she was born today. Alright. And now it's time for more reading. These are the 12 guardian deities of Eorzea, so let's go ahead and read them. Halone, Halone, mover of glaciers and goddess of war, is the guardian deity of Ishgard. She commands the element of ice, and is associated with the first moon of the Eorzean calendar. Halone is the daughter of Ralgr, and a bitter rival of Nofika. She is most often depicted as a relentless warrioress, that's not a word I've ever heard before, armed with a bronze great shield. Her symbol is 3 spears. Menfina Menfina is keeper of the moon and goddess of love. She commands the element of ice and is associated with the second moon of the Eorzean calendar. Menfina is the sister of Azima and the divine lover of Ashan. She is most often depicted as a maid carrying a round skillet. Her symbol is the full moon. Thaliak. Thaliak, ruler of rivers and wisdom and god of knowledge, is the guardian deity of Sharlayan. He commands the element of water and is associated with the third moon of the Eorzean calendar. Thaliak is the father of Limalain, and the teacher of Bayergot. He is most often depicted as a reserved scholar holding an ashen staff. His symbol is the scroll. Nymea. Nymea is the watcher of celestial bodies and the goddess of fate. She commands the element of water and is associated with the fourth moon of the Eorzean calendar. Nymea is the younger sister of Althik and the master of Ralgr. She is the most often depicted as a weaver, donning a white silken veil. Her symbol is the spinning wheel. And yes, we did vote on the what guardian deity the characters has. I will reveal the winner of that once we finished reading all of these. Limlan. I actually do not know how to pronounce this one. I feel like this is one of the only deities that is not actually said, like, in cutscene in, like, a voice form. And, I am no good with the pronunciation of Germanic stuff. So, yeah, I'm gonna be mispronouncing this one. I apologize. Limlane, Watcher of the Seas. This is Welsh? Oh, well, there you go. Watcher of the Seas and Goddess of Navigation is the guardian deity of Limsa Lominsa. She commands the element of wind and is associated with the fifth moon of the Eorzean calendar. Limlane is the daughter of Thaliak and the elder sister of Nafika. I think you hear it when you start in Limsa, I want to say. Well, I guess so, maybe. She is most often depicted as a strong fisherwoman wielding a long-bladed harpoon. Her symbol is the wave. Ashan. Ashan is the ruler of the mountains and the god of travelers and vagrants. He commands the element of wind and is associated with the sixth moon of the Eorzean calendar. Ashan is the brother of Naldthal and the close companion of Halone. He is most often depicted as a carefree ranger wielding a bow of yew. His symbol is the walking stick. Bayergot. Bayergot is the purveyor of architecture and industry and god of the arts. He commands the element of lightning and is associated with the seventh moon of the Eorzean calendar. Bayergot is the elder brother of Halone and the pupil of Thaliak. He is most often depicted as an ardent smith with a two-headed hammer. His symbol is the hand. Ralgr, breaker of worlds, is the god of destruction and guardian deity of the now-fallen nation of Alamigo. He commands the element of lightning and is associated with the eighth moon of the Eorzean calendar. Ralgr is the father of both Bayergot and Halone and serves as an attendant to Nymea. He is most often depicted as a magus carrying a staff of bronze, and his symbol is the streaking meteor. Azima. Azima is the keeper of the sun and goddess of inquiry. She commands the element of fire and is associated with the ninth moon of the Eorzean calendar. Azima is the daughter of Althik and the elder sister of Menfina. She is most often depicted as a noble lady holding a golden fan. Her symbol is the radiant sun. Naldthal, overseer of the underworld and god of commerce, is the guardian deity of Ul'dah. He commands the element of fire and is associated with the 10th moon of the Eorzean calendar. Naldthal is the single manifestation of the deific twins Nald and Thal. He is most often depicted as a discerning merchant holding a balance. His symbol is the cowrie, an ancient shell currency. Nofika. Nofika, tender of soils and harvests and goddess of abundance, is the guardian deity of Gridania. She commands the element of earth and is associated with the 11th moon of the Eorzean calendar. Nofika is the daughter of Azima and the younger sister of Limelain. She is most often depicted as a jubilant farmer holding a scythe of steel. Her symbol is the spring leaf. Althik. Althik is the surveyor of change and space, change in space and god of time. He commands the element of earth and is associated with the 12th moon of the Eorzean calendar. Althik is the father of Azima and Menfina, and elder brother to Nymea. He is most often depicted as an austere emperor wielding a mithril great axe. His symbol is the hourglass. Nofika, the goddess of massive tracts of land. It's true. Her tracts of land are massive. Alright, so let's look at the winner of the poll for who our guardian deity is. Let's see. The winner is Oshan with 5 total votes. So there we go. Alright, more reading. So, in case anybody is not aware, the starting class in this game really does not, discern too much about your character. All it really changes is what city you will be starting in, and what city you will be kind of locked in for your initial quests. So let's read the cities before we do anything else. Ul'dah. The bustling commerce hub of Ul'dah sits among the desolate desert landscape of southern Aldenard. Ul'dah culture is known for its affluence, and the wealth of the nation comes in a large part from its abundant mineral resources and cloth crafting industry. Though it is the Sultana who claims sovereignty, true power is wielded by the Syndicate, a council sat by 6 of Ul'dah's most elite and influential. Nald'thal is the nation's patron deity, and 2 great halls devoted to his 2 aspects lie in the east and west of the city. Influence? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's the best way it was the only word that came to mind at the time, but yeah, basically starting class is just going to change really what city we start in. Marauder. Limsa Lominsa. On the southern coast of the Isle of Vilbrand, under the shadow of ancient cliffs worn by the relentless onslaughts of the Rotano Sea, lies the thalassocracy, there we go, of Limsa Lominsa. Its economy is driven primarily by shipping, but boasts lucrative shipbuilding, fishing, and smithing industries as well. To maintain the safety of its maritime routes, the city employs a formidable navy known as the Knights of the Barracuda. Even so, pirate bands run rampant in nearby waters, reaving and pillaging. Gridania. In the eastern reaches of the Aldenard landmass, home to vast, dense woodlands and coursing rivers, lies the forest nation of Gridania. The cityscape is a mosaic of labyrinthine waterways and great wooden structures, so gracefully constructed they seem a part of the surrounding environment. The favored goddess of the citizenry is Nafika the matron, but great faith is also placed in the wisdom of the Seed Seers, young oracles who guide the nation based on the will of the forest's elementals. And now for the classes. In the Disciples of War, we have Gladiator. I'm just going to change this to the background because it makes this a little easier to read. Gladiators specialize in the handling of all manner of one-handed blades, from daggers to longswords, be they single or double-edged, straight or curved. A defining characteristic of the art is its emphasis on diverse combat tactics, training its members to bring their martial skills to bear in any situation. As such, there are practitioners who marry sword with shield, seeking to defend their fellow companions. Others opt for an empty offhand, choosing instead to focus entirely on their sword arm. In all instances, the ages-old art of the sword makes the gladiator a formidable adversary in any encounter. Pugilist. The path of the pugilist is one of incessant training aimed at mastering the traditional techniques of hand-to-hand combat. Though they command formidable power when unarmed, they are wont to use metal, leather, and bone weaponry to maximize their destructive potential. Their preference for fighting at close quarters makes negotiating distances an absolute necessity. This is why many pugilists are quick to learn that lightweight gear allowing for maximum agility ensures them better success in battle than does cumbersome plate or chain. Gladiator description didn't age well? Sure didn't. Marauder. The Marauder is a combat specialist whose weapon of choice is the Great Axe, a fearsome arm emblematic of Eorzea's pirates. Their approach to battle is one of brute force, relying on strength and steel to crush enemies and sunder weapons. They are highly sought after for their ferocity and intimidating presence, and are often employed to hunt down monsters plaguing the land, or to turn the tide of battle between warring nations. Lanker. The strategy of the Lancer is to outrange and fluster opponents with their long two-handed polearms, peppering them with a barrage of thrusting attacks. They are trained with a number of weapons, giving a diversity to their attacks that makes them extremely versatile combatants. In former times, the long spear saw the most widespread use, due in great part to the influence of the proud Lancer legions of Alamigo. Since then, the guild has greatly expanded its armories to include a variety of weapons, such as the halberd and the trident. Archer. The enduring popularity of the bow is a testament to its elegant design, but this simple weapon would be of little worth without the surpassing skill of those who master it, the archers. Projectile techniques such as high-angle fire enable archers to assail their foes with deadly precision, even at great distances. Constant assessment of the battlefield enables them to carefully determine the most advantageous ground from which to loose, as well as the nature of the arrows best suited for their enemy. Together with the longbow sentries of the Elizan military, the shortbow hunters among the Mikote are widely regarded as the most skilled with the bow. They really used flustered there? It's true, yeah. What can I say? When people start thrusting at you, sometimes you get a little flustered. And now, Disciples of Magic. Conjurer. Conjury calls upon elemental forces present in nature and concentrates them into a potency at which spells can be woven. Through practiced meditation on the essence of creation, conjurers draw forth and absorb aether from their immediate surroundings. A wand or cane made from unworked wood is then utilized to focus the ether until it manifests as the desired spell. The seat of the Conjurers Guild lies in the Stillglade Fane in Gridania, where the voices of Eorzea's elementals are said to be the most powerful. Thaumaturge. In the hands of a skilled practitioner, thaumaturgy can be a force of terrifying destruction. At the heart of this school of magic lies the ability to call forth and command the latent ether within oneself through deep introspection. To then mold that ether into sorcery, the thaumaturge makes use of a scepter or staff, within which is housed a medium, a natural stone imbued with magical properties. And Arcanist. Adepts of the art of arcanum derive their might from symbols of power born of geometric techniques hailing from across the southern seas. Held within occult grimoires, these symbols lend shape to the Arcanist's ether, thereby allowing him to produce myriad powerful spells. Using the selfsame symbols to unlock the latent power contained within gemstones, Arcanists are also able to summon forth the familiar known as a carbuncle to carry out their bidding. Excuse me. Taking a drink. Alright, so that is all of the starting classes available to us. The Bunkles. That's right, the Bunkles. So, let us go through and look at our starting classes here. This was actually a very close race. I'm kind of surprised at how close this was. In fact, it's so close that I'm actually going to read off some of the runners-up as well. We have a three-way tie for second place between Archer, Lancer, and Pugilist. Each of them got 5 votes, which I think is very impressive. But the winner and the class that got the most votes, edging out the 3 second-place ones of 5 votes with its 6 votes, is... drumroll, please. Come on, guys, do a drumroll. I can hear you not doing one. Okay, thank you. Is Arcanist with 6 votes. So there we go. Thank you, everybody. Very good. Let's see. Starting world, let's see. What do we got? We got Zalera, Brynhilder. Oh yeah, let's read this. Why not? World is another name for the server in which your character will reside. Once you have chosen a home world, chances to move to another will be limited, so if you have made plans to play Final Fantasy XIV with friends, make certain that you are all select the same one. Worlds are divided between 9 different data centers based on the location of their server. To ensure you encounter the fewest number of latency issues, it is recommended, but not required, that you select a data center that is closer to where you'll be playing. Legacy World servers existing since the original launch, are indicated in parentheses. Crystal, this world's data center, is recommended for residents of North America. Oh god, it really is going to be all text? I don't actually know if I'm going to read system messages. That's just going to be silly. This is going to be primarily lore-focused. I just did this because I thought it would be funny. But the worlds we have to select from are Diabolos, Curl, Zalera, Malboro, Gorblin, Balmung, and Mateus. However, Mateus and Brynhildr are not currently accepting any new people, so we will be making it on any of these, and I'm not going to be doing it on Balmung because I have to be able to stream and not get taken down. Try refreshing it? Okay, here I go. Brynhildr still does not allow. And even if it did, I wasn't super interested in making a character on a preferred world anyway, because XP bonus does not really matter to me too much. I think I am going to make it on Malboro. All right, Malboro it is. Anybody else have any suggestions or things they'd like to see the character on in terms of Crystal, at the very least? And yes, Balmung is basically a TOS violation elemental. Alright. Malboro, it is. And now for our character's name. This is going to be a little bit of a tough one. Let's see. Nerdbun. I'd like it to be a lore name. I don't know if Nerdbun fits in Viera lore. Let's see. My character is now invisible? Correct. I could start hitting the random button. Natim, Lot Yaskare, Yumalagianta, Yazera Voras, Lorelei Fifth, Nisa Fifth, Lorelei Yaskare. Character gone. Character obliterated from time and space and everything. Let's see. How about Ruja? Last name. How about that? Ruja Lorelei. How do people feel about that? All right. And thus, our adventure begins by attempting to queue into the game. Gotta love it. Excuse me. I love queues. Yes, I also have a version of my main character on Malboro as well. Jeez, excuse me.
Here. Here. Feel. Hear, feel, think.
Behold my reading rainbow. Great news, guys. We're an hour and a half in when we've just passed character creation. Let's fucking go, baby. Oi! You alright, lass? You were moaning in your sleep and sweating buckets besides. Rolling on the ship got your stomach churning, has it? Don't seem like seasickness now that I look at you. It'll be the 8th event, I reckon. Some are more sensitive to the stuff than others, see, and we ain't too far from Vilbrand now, which is chock full of aetherites. Not to fret, though. You'll soon get used to it. You should sit down, dude. Ugh. Might as well have been bloomin' seasickness. Ship's leaping around like a demented chocobo today. I reckon I might head out on deck. Get myself a breath of fresh air. Limsa Lominsa's still a fair way off, in case you was wondering. Seeing as you're awake and all, how's about you keep me company till we get there? Them young'uns don't care much for conversation, see? Well, one of 'em's asleep, dude. Any road, Brennan's the name, and peddlin's me trade. I'm sure those two characters in the background aren't very important. They don't look especially important, so let's just ignore them. Ah, smell that salty sea breeze. Now then, lass, judging by your unusual garments that look like lingerie, I'd say you was one of them new adventurers, am I warm? How would this look at all make you think new adventurer? Just out of curiosity. I look like I just rolled out of a nice sexy time in bed. Whatever. I knew it. Going wherever the wind blows, seeking fortune and glory. Now that's what I call living. So long as you can avoid dying, I mean. Ain't no secret that adventuring's a risky business. These days especially. What was it that first attracted you to it? To gain power, win glory, or amass a fortune, or ... What kind of character is our girl here? What does she desire in life? Tell me, audience. This is our character, together. So what does she want? Glory? Okay. I personally desire ellipses. Okay. Maybe she's shy. Just because you're like a 7-foot-tall bunny version doesn't mean that you're not... It doesn't mean you're an extrovert. You could be an introvert. She's still shocked by him saying she looks like an adventurer to her clothes. I like that answer, actually. Ellipses? I think we're going to go with the ellipses. For fun. She's a nerd, so none of the above. Well, if you ain't inclined to tell, I ain't about to pry. Might be as old Brennan's a chatterbox, but he sure as hells ain't no busybody. We all have a secret of 3. Don't we? Me? Dozens. And I'd rather they'd stayed secret too, which is why I don't go sticking me nose in where it ain't welcome. Just remember, though, there's more important things than fortune and glory, such as breathing. Ain't no profit in being dead, and that's a fact. Oh, there's a bell ringing. Ah! Ship's off the starboard bow! Pirate colors! Pirates! Bloody hells. Have you no sense? Get below! And put some pants on. What class did we end up going with? We ended up going with Arcanist. We're gonna get a bunkle. What is the world coming to? Pirates firing on a ship flying Lominsan colors. Bastards either have a boatload of balls or bugger all for brains. You can rest easy, friends. We've made it out of cannon range, and no buccaneer's bark'll catch this flighty temptress once the wind's in her sails. That was too bleeding close. Glad one of us kept her head on her shoulders. I reckon I'd have lost mine otherwise. If them pirates have gave up the chase, we must be close to port. Let's head on up to the deck and have us a look, shall we? Love those funky little bunkles. Me too. By the by, is this your first trip to Limsa Lominsa? I would say yes. This is probably our girl's first trip to Limsa Lominsa, right? She's a nerd, so she probably doesn't go outside too much. So I would expect that she's too busy reading. Yes, it is. Is it? Well, then let this journeyed itinerant tell you the ins and outs of your destination. Limsa Lominsa prides itself on being an Eorzea's foremost naval power. Weren't too long ago that the place was ruled by pirates, but thanks to the current admiral's civilized and influence, the city-state could almost pass for a respectable nation. You'd never guess she was once a rum-swilling buccaneer herself. Of course, most folks ain't so quick to change, and with a town full of liberty-loving ruffians, you can imagine how many naysayers and troublemakers she's got to deal with, like them pirates who took a fancy to us just now. And if that weren't bad enough, I've heard the Sahagin are raiding the coast just as bold as you please. Them's are the sea-dwelling beastmen the locals call fishbacks, in case you didn't know. Ah, at long last, land ho! Behold, Limsa Lominsa, a nation blessed by the ocean's bounty and beloved Limlane, goddess of navigation.
On a windswept isle in the southwestern corner of the realm, amidst the roiling waves of the Rotano Sea, lies the maritime city-state of Limsa Lominsa. To this haven for bandits and brigands, cutthroats and curs, seekers of both freedom and fortune, comes a lone adventurer. Lone yet not alone, for the hero's arrival has drawn the gaze of the nation's patron deity, Limlane.
Oh, I was actually getting it kind of right. And you were right, Axa, it does show up. So Limlane is her name.
What realm-shaking fate has she descried in the churning waters of this mortal's future?
And here's where we part ways, lass. I'm off to the markets to deliver me wares, and then it's on to the high road for me. Here, I want you to have this, by way of thanks for saving me arse earlier. Hey, you never did tell me your name, did you? Well, here's an idea. Become the sort of storied personage I can brag about having met, and I'll consider us square. Thanks, bud.
Through peril and hardship, discovery and triumph, may the navigator guide this brave soul on her life's voyage. Till sea swallows all.
Final Fantasy XIV. All right. A grand ratio. L plus you're a white Viera plus you were a catboy before, plus you can't read, plus you can't do math. Hey, you there! Plus maidenless, plus Imperial Fran. I mean you, this is my district, and I make it my business to know all the scum that washes up in it. Ah, an adventure fresh off the boat, is it? Well then. Allow one of Limsa Lominsa's finest to set you on the right path. Hop to it, lass, I ain't got all day. Plus Xenos apologist. Uh-oh, that's me. Actually, I'm not an apologist. I just like him. But once again, let's refrain from discussing characters and stuff that have not appeared too far. Just as a heads up. That's on me as well, but regardless. Welcome to Limsa Lominsa, a bustling city-state filled with scoundrels and brigands, the rough-cut diamond of the Rotano Sea. Please select the control scheme you wish to use. I'm going to use mouse and keyboard. Follow the instructions to blah blah blah. When you're ready, please speak to Risflow. No. Alright, now, I have bad news for everybody. I hope you didn't think we were going to be, you know, like, doing gameplay as of yet, because we're not. I have to fix my settings first. So you'll have to bear with me as I do that. But in the meantime, how's everybody doing today on this fine Sunday? Hope everybody's doing okay. Bear emoji? You got it. Sounds good. Glad to hear. We're gonna do that. Doing alright, actually. Gonna go grab some lunch. Going over a questionnaire and in a voice chat. It's good. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Let's see. I think, I don't... okay, yeah, let's do this ahead of time. Had a nasty headache earlier, but it's fluctuating towards better. That's good, that's good. We'll pull up hotbar 6 here. We're gonna do this. Let's see. We'll just put that here for now, and then grab hotbar 7. Okay. Oh yeah, let's just move this around as well. We'll put that right here, and this down here. Is there anything else that I want to move around? No, I think that's good. Okay. I am also doing pretty well. I've got... I'm excited to be doing this. This is something that I've been planning on doing for at least 2 weeks. So, you know, it's way more planning than I normally put into basically anything. let's see. Item settings. Let's see. Actually, hold on. I'll just do that. UI. Let's see. Don't want that. Don't need this. Don't need that. Let's see. I want that. Hotbar. Yeah, I have been having a good time. I do relish the chance to really get to read and do stuff like this. Let's see, log window. Yes, this is going to be also something fairly important because I'm going to make the log window a little bit bigger here, and we're going to be primarily focused on the event window above anything else. Let's see. There we go. And then... Sorry, I promise this is almost the last thing. This all should be good here. Yeah. Alright. So here we are. Ruja Lorelei, here we are. Okay, fine. Hey, where in the bleeding hell you think you're going? I told you to get over here. Actually, hang on, there is one more thing I need to do. There we go. Oh. Hang on. Keys must be assigned to... Okay, fine. Now I need to go back through and do my hotbars again. Dang it. There we go. Alright. Coming to Limsa Lominsa. To be recognized in an adventure in the city-state of Limsa Lominsa, you must first register yourself with the Adventurers Guild. Now then, I'm sure you're itching to explore, but adventurers are required to register their presence in the city, and without a bit of local knowledge, you're like to get your throat slit in some piss-stinking alley. So before you do anything else, get yourselves over to the Drowning Wench and enroll with the Adventurers Guild. It's not far. Just head straight down this street and speak with Greffar. He'll show you how to work that big moving platform we call the Crow's Lift, and that'll take you up to the pub. Oh, and once you're there, look for a fellow by the name of Baderon. He's the proprietor of the Wench. He may curse like an ale-sodden sailor, but the man's got a soft spot for white-eyed newcomers like yourself. He'll set you straight. Got all that? Good. Now run along, and may the navigator guide you on your journey. You have begun a quest. Yeah, I know how quests work. Thanks, buddy. Let's look around a little bit. Can I go this way? I want to talk to you. Aldskiff, I'm the hired captain of the Orion. She's a fine vessel, true, but a hired captain can love his ship only so much as a paid bride can love her betrothed. A ship of my own's all I've ever wanted. Was a gill away from buying one when the calamity struck, but how can I complain when so many lost so much more? And we'll have the chance to, oh yeah, we have to actually go further. Alright. Hello, ladies. Nidlika, welcome to the heart of Limsa Lominsa, the mizzenmast. It houses the airship landing, the Adventurers Guild, and at the very top, the command room of the Admiral, from where she keeps a watchful eye over Lominsan air, land, and sea. Natanmo, the crow's lift will carry you up and down the tower as fast as the crow flies. You need only speak with Greffar and tell him where you wish to go. I don't think these folks have anything to say. Nope. Xanthale. What business have you with the Admiral's lift? Tea and crumpets on the bridge, is it? In possession of a permission paper signed by the relevant authorities, are you? The Admiral's office quarters are no place for sightseeing. If you seek the Drowning Wench, try the crow's lift over yonder. Abelfar. Beyond the great Zephyr Gate of Limsa Lominsa lie the midlands of Lenosha. The gentle wind that passes through the gate is said to be the sweet breath of the gods, carrying life and fortune. Let's also just look at our inventory real quick here. Nope, nothing. Oh, we have another person over here we can talk to. Fizumi. This is the bulwark hall, the lowest level of the mizzenmast. In case you aren't familiar with the nautical term, a bulwark is the plating that prevents waves from swamping a ship's decks. Replace waves with hordes of howling beastmen, and you'll get an idea of the purpose for which this chamber exists. Welcome to Limsa Lominsa. If you've a mind to visit the Drowning Wench, the crow's lift will take you there. Take the crow's lift? Yes. Alright, here we are, in the Drowning Wench. Here's Skein-Rail. Heading down so soon. Best you sort out your affairs here before you start gallivanting around. I'll let you use the lift soon enough. Got this guy. Quentinane. Most seafarers a bloke meets are rougher than a barnacled hull, but these Lominsan scrags are something else. Suppose I should expect not less from a city what was founded by pirates. Got Gregory. If it is rumors or like-minded fellows you seek, then you have made the right choice in coming to this tavern. It is as a lodestone for all manner of travelers and explorers. Sajbi. Newly come to Limsa Lominsa, adventurer. Then I suggest you speak with Bateron, the owner of the Drowning Wench. Think of him as a guide to our fair city. Ninia. The Drowning Wench will always be a favorite among pirates. She's cheap, she's loaded with grog, and she never says no. It's been a favored haunt for adventurers for nigh on 20 years, ever since the retired freelance and his comrades established the Adventurers Guild here. As one of the smiths, I provide guidance for those just starting out on the path of the adventurer. For the present, I suggest you learn your way around the city, an endeavor with which Bateron shall no doubt wish to aid you. Hello, sir. Greetings to you, lass. What'll it be? Ah, but you ain't here for the drink, are you? You come with a mind to try your hand adventuring, I reckon. Well, you'll find no shorter work here in Lominsa. The name's Bateron, and this most hospitable of osteries is the Drowning Wench. 'Tis also owned to the Venturers Guild here in Limsa. That's why we've got a desk specifically for handling guild business, and why I seem to spend more time saving the necks of whelps like yourself than wetting the throats of me regulars. Adventurers have a knack for finding trouble, see? Not that they need it in these parts, on account of there being trouble wherever you look. If you manage to steer clear of the fishbacks or the kobolds outside the city, the pirates on the inside will get you instead. And if they don't manage, there's always the Garlean Empire to finish the job. Oh, no one knows what they're planning, of course. But if they're planning anything, you can be sure it's to kill the lot of us. Aye, this town seems peaceful at a glance, but look again and you'll see people living in fear of what tomorrow might bring. And who can blame them after everything that's happened? Eorzea took a mighty blow during the calamity, but our homes weren't the only thing that got wiped off the face of existence by that thrice-damned bastard of a dragon. It took our bleeding memories, too, and no one's been able to explain it in a way that makes an ons of sense. None of the folks that saw it and lived to tell the tale seem to agree on how the tale actually goes. 'Tis all foggy, like recollections from an hard night on the ale. You can imagine why people might fear for the future if they can't rightfully recall the past. But there is one thing we all remember, and it's that group of venturers what laid their lives to drag Eorzea back from the brink when she was bound for the abyss. Well, I say we remember. Truth is, we ain't forgotten what they did for us. This goddamn calamity spawned of memory loss robbed us of their names. Won't even let us picture their damn faces. 'Tis like staring at a gull flying in front of the sun. All you see in your mind's eye is a shadow set against a blinding glare. And that's how every bugger describes it, by the way. Give or take the odd gull. It's what got people calling these heroes the Warriors of Light. If Limsa's ever going to pull this time of darkness behind it, it's going to need venturers to help banish the fear. It's going to need new heroes like the ones we lost. Maybe one day you'll be one of them. And that's why we aid. Any aid we can give to a venturer is effort well spent. What say you, lass? You willing to lend us your strength? I'm kind of just here to read books, but whatever. Me thanks to you, and to the navigator and all. I knew she'd steer you my way for a reason. But listen to me yattering on like a sun-touched fishwife. 'Tis high time we got your mark in me book. Put your scrawl right there, using this invisible pen. Rouge Lorelei, is it? A fine name it is. Congratulations, you're now an upstanding member of the Venturers Guild. You there, adventurer. You sailed in on the last ferry, did you not? The captain reported being attacked by a pirate vessel, and several witnesses have testified independently that a passenger matching your description went out on the deck mere moments before the incident took place. Sending your friends signals, were you? Now, hold on just a moment there, officer. You've got the wrong lass. This fine, upstanding young lady is me dear departed grandma's, sister's, niece's, cousin's closest companion. The lass wouldn't be caught dead fraternizing with such unsavory elements. Little known fact about Baderon, if you take off his hat, he's got Viera ears under there. That's a joke. You're here now? Welcome, Piop. Is that right? You are surely aware of the recent kidnappings? Respectfully, then, we cannot be too trusting of outsiders at a time when the loyalty of even our closest friends is in doubt. Ah, you make a good point there, officer. A very good point. Very wise. You needn't worry, though. I got my eye open at all times, and two more often than not. Now, sir, what say you to a tankard of the finest ale before you return to my duties, eh? Not watered-down cup of piss like last time, I should hope. Ain't got the faintest idea what you're on about, officer. The wench may offer some of the cheapest grog this side of the Strait of Merylthor, but that don't mean it won't get you good and pickled. And look, there's a chair right over there, just crying to be sat on. So kick off them heavy boots, eh? Okay, fine. You'll have to excuse these eager bloody yellowjackets. There's been a spate of kidnapping, see, and they ain't got a clue who's behind 'em. Naturally, they've taken to clapping irons on anyone who looks vaguely suspicious, which means venturers, visitors, and bugger everyone else, and every bugger in this town. Don't take it personal, though. Us Lominsans can be an headstrong bunch of bastards, 'tis true, but given time, we'll grow on ya. Now, where was I? Good man's chased the cops off. That's how you know he's a good bartender. Oh, aye, welcome to Limsa Lominsa, where the sea's as green as the faces of me patrons after too many Black Belly whiskeys. Now, take a moment to gather your wits, and we'll get started with learning you the ways of the city. Tutorial complete. Listen well to the wisdom of Baderon Ten Fingers, and go forth and discover the incredible adventures that await you, such as receiving free company invitations. Oh, and we've leveled up to level 2. I can't wait to hear anything involving Jack. Yeah, other classes are gonna be fun. 2 hours and 8 minutes. Tutorial complete. Yup, we're making progress, everybody. Let's see. Baderon, proprietor of the Drowning Wench, wants you to perform 3 tasks that will help you learn the fundamentals of adventuring. The fundies. Right then, let's start you off nice and easy with 3 tasks what'll help you get used to life here in Limsa. You need help with Jack and his lot? Get me on. I'm good with daft accents. If you say so, Nitty, I will take your word for it. Firstly, if you head down a floor, then point your nose to the west, you'll get an eyeful of a great glowing crystal in the middle of the middle of the courtyard, and a ton of cat girls having sex or something. That's an aetherite, a device what can move you from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Ain't no swifter. Yes, this is Nitty. Bees. This is Nitty. Nitty. This is Materia Melder, aka Bees. Ain't no swifter way to travel, providing there's an aetherite where you want to go, of course. Have a chat with the yellow jacket on guard down there, and you'll be treated to a lecture on the workings of the device. Before you do that, though, remember to touch the thing. Strange as it sounds, it won't work until you have. Second on the list is the marketplace. You'll find weapons and armor and all your venturing bits and pieces for sale in the district what lies beyond the aetherite. Don't go throwing your gill all around yet, though, or you'll get fleeced quicker than you can say, "Why's me coin purse so light?" Have a word with Swazblade instead. He's the head of the Merchants League, by the way. Give him this Ald Octant, and he'll treat you well. For the last of me helpful hints, I suggest you meet some fellow spellslingers down at the Arcanists Guild. I guarantee you'll learn a few tricks for your tome if you decide to join their crew. Murray at the front desk is the one to get you started. Got all that, lass? Seeing to them 3 tasks will take you on a little jaunt round the city and help you work out where everything is. Now, I've best be getting on. Run along, eh? Bugger it. There I go. I sent it off without telling you something crucial. That bloody calamity's made a right mess of me memory, I swear. Well, that or the ale. Any road, while you're out, if you happen to pass any poor sods that look like they might need your help, consider giving them their tale of woe a listen, would ya? Sounds like a chore, I admit, but you never know what interesting opportunities could be lurking out there, just waiting for you to stumble on them. For example, Ninya over yonder's been casting glances at you since you waltzed in. Why not lend her an ear and see what she has to say? You're likely to find yourself running odd errands in the beginning, but once you build a reputation as a woman folk can trust, the jobs will get harder and the rewards more generous. And if you have the time, I'd also seek out the advice of the smith here in the Wench. The lads as bear the title as have some fine advice for 'em when are just starting out in the profession. And that, my girl, is how you go about becoming a legend among venturers. Hello! It's me, the smith! Solemn nod. To leave the Drowning Wench, you must accept the quest, Making a Name by speaking with Ninya. Ninya. Alright, well, let's go over there then, shall we? Hey, you. Making a Name. Ninya, a veteran adventurer, has some information that might be of interest to you. I miss Nina, yeah, me too. Well, would you look at this, a shiny new adventure. Listen close, lass, I have some information that might just help you out. Help put you on the map here in Limsa. I was just passing through the Bulwark Hall not long ago. Saw a bunch of herbs just scattered on the ground. Now, I'm not entirely certain, but I think they might have been black market wares known as dream flowers. What happened to Nina? She lives with my brother now, so I don't get to see her as much. She's still alive, and of course, I don't get to see her as much. Limsa Lominsa is a busy port, and not all merchants that blow across in the strait are above board, if you know what I mean. How'd the plants end up in the mizzenmast? Who knows? Might have been a deal gone bad. The important thing is you make a name for yourself by handing them in. Speak to Skanerel, and she'll get you down to the first floor. Then all you have to do is pick up the herbs and take them to the Aldskeef at the Octant. Being a worldly captain, he knows a thing or two about such shady goods. Alright, let's see. This lady's sitting alone. Do you have anything else to say to us? Nope, nothing new. Nothing new. Let's see. Well, let's give her a talk, shall we? You wish to visit the bulwark hall below. The crow's lift is ready when you are. Does the worldly captain know worldly slash? I don't know. Does he know thunder? The greatest ability in the game? That's the other question. Alright, here we are. And now we can also see other players now. Isn't that crazy? A peculiar herb. Oh, we also have a rusted octant in our inventory. An instrument widely used in maritime navigation, this one appears to have been the victim of the elements. And a peculiar herb. A common weed rumored to have relaxing properties when either ingested or smoked. Oh, where in the navigator's name are the airships? Come on, say something else. Oh, there we go. I'm looking for the Admiral. I's looking for a fight. I'm looking for the Customs House. I do think it's funny that Thunder is basically only usable if you're surrounded, and if you combo it immediately after Tempest Kick. Yeah, Tempest Kick is the best way I've found to use it. There should be one more text bubble. There we go. When I said I'd follow you to the ends of the realm, I didn't think we'd need to stop and ask directions. Fuzumi. This is Bulwark Hall, the lowest levels of the... Oh, wait, no, we did already talk to this person. They just moved. Finished taking pictures and saving the maps of each zone within Lenosha and Black Shroud, so progress has been made. Very nice. Ho there, adventurer! How fare you on the all-welcoming streets of Limsa Lominsa? Aye, the open arms of the city gather in some rough-looking sods, but under all the grime and cussing, they're basically decent folk. For the most part. You have any troubles, the Yellow Jackets are here to help. Excuse me, sir. Yes, I am Aldskiff. You have some herbs you wish me to examine? Here you go, sir. Yes, as you suspected, these are highly illegal blooms, known as a dream flower. They are the prime ingredients in the creation of somnus, a substance whose fragrance is said to lull the sniffer's mind into the sleep of death. Forgive me, I could not resist you the jest. These herbs are not more than Alphic lavender, a common export through Limsa Lominsa. In fact, these probably spilled from crates that were loaded into my very own ship. I think someone's been having a bit of fun with you, miss. But not to worry, you've learned a few things and made a new acquaintance. Well met. We get Earth Shard, which is a tiny crystalline manifestation of etheric earth energy, and a potion. This weak concoction instantly restores a small amount of HP. We did it. Aldskiff, captain of the trading ship Orion, has some information that might benefit your standing as an adventurer. By way of thanks for delivering my scattered lavender, I have a nugget of information that may prove useful to you. You see, I was recently approached by an unkempt seafarer, which is not, I admit, particularly unusual for a man of my profession. What was unusual was that he offered a generous sum of gil to be introduced to any adventurers I might know. In my experience, sailors are not known to carry such wealth of coin about their person, especially with the alehouses of Limsa Lominsa so close at hand. Kidnappings have not been uncommon these past moons. I suggest you take this information and speak with Glazrail, the guard who stands at the entrance to East Hawker's Alley. It never hurts to show a spirit of cooperation to the authorities, lass. I do not agree. But anyway, let's talk to my boy, Bango Zango. Just because I, Bango Zango, preside as second chair over the Brugair Consortium does not mean I have time to consort with all and sundry. Oh, sorry, sir. Edelweiss, Edelweiss. Janassim of the Brugair Consortium seeks the services of a conveniently unoccupied adventurer. Excuse me, miss, but might you have a moment or two to spare? You seem like the type who enjoys being accosted for menial tasks. Okay. And I require someone to make a delivery to the dutiful sisters of the Edelweiss. I wouldn't be surprised if you hadn't heard of them. The sisters prefer not to advertise their presence here in Limsa Lominsa. They do, however, provide a rather unique service, of which the Brugair Consortium has recently been the beneficiary. I would have you deliver this package to their doorman, Lowenward, along with our profuse gratitude. Let's see. A package for the dutiful sisters. A plain wrapped box, unmarked save for the words, Dutiful Sisters of the Edelweiss. Okay. Sure. Look at all these motherfuckers. Well, let's touch the glowing aetherite, shall we? You attune to the aetherite. Ah, another novice adventurer. My beta run has sent more than a few of your kind this way of late. Touch glass. Go outside and touch glass. I am Sundhimal, one of the Yellow Jackets tasked with keeping the peace in this city. It is also my charge to provide guidance in the use of this device. Fear not, I shall be brief. Aetherites are crystalline structures that tap into ethereal energies. They are primarily used as a means to travel swiftly from one place to another. Return and teleport, the most common transformation spells, make direct use of the aetherites and their connection to the flow of ether. And as these devices are found in almost every corner of Eorzea, any adventurer worthy of the name will wish to seek out and attune herself to each one. Once you have expanded your horizons beyond the walls of this city, you will soon find yourself performing the act of attunement as a matter of course. There is, however, no need for unseemly haste. The aetherites found in around the city will be sufficient for the present, I assure you. Should you wish to learn more about the aetherites or transportation magic, I shall be here to answer your questions. Thank you, sir. Return learned. You attune to the aetherite. You are now able to use the return spell. So let's go ahead and slap return on here, shall we? Ah, and here he is again. Let's talk to him. See what he has to say. Greetings, adventurer. Do you wish an explanation of ethereal travel? I am here to answer any queries you might have. What is ethereal travel? To understand ethereal travel, you must first understand the nature of aether. Aether is the source of all life, the underlying force that makes all form of arcane manipulation possible. This ephemeral substance, though unseen and unfelt, flows around and within every single living creature. In the moment of our death, it is believed that a separation occurs between our spiritual and physical forms. Our bodies break down and are absorbed back into the ethereal river, while our souls continue on to the afterlife. This final journey is sometimes called returning to the life stream. However, our ancestor discovered ways in which, through meditation and focus of spiritual energies, one could reduce her body to aether without losing the grasp on the spirit, in turn allowing for travel upon the life stream. These methods have been given the names return and teleport. What is aetherite? As you travel through Eorzea, you will oft come across large floating deposits of a crystalline substance known as aetherite. The one before us here is a fine example. It is said that aetherite is the solid manifestation of the planet's lifeblood, aether, and by touching it, the ether which makes up our bodies resonates with that contained in the crystal. This is called attunement. Normally, when one's body is reduced to aether, it will naturally gravitate towards the location with which it resonates the greatest, or one's home point. This is why, losing consciousness in battle, many wake to find themselves back at an aetherite. In other words, aetherites act as lodestones, assuring that the body, in its ethereal form, is not lost to the pull of greater flow. And because signatures of past attunements are maintained within our bodies, it is possible, with some spiritual training of course, to ignore the pull back to the strongest resonation and travel to another beacon. Many refer to this as teleportation. What is even more amazing is that when teleporting, we can carry those with us with whom we've created a bond, such as an adventuring party, assuming they have previously attuned with the destination's aetherite. What's the difference between return and teleport? As return merely involves allowing the body to be drawn back to the strongest ethereal beacon, one's home point, it is fairly easy to execute and requires very little spiritual exertion. Usually a few moments of rest is all that is needed before it is safe to attempt another jump. Teleportation, on the other hand, comes at a greater price. A great deal of spiritual energy, known as anima, is required to fight the natural flow of the life stream and guide one's body and soul to a comparatively weak ethereal beacon. If one's body lacks sufficient anima, teleporting to a location may prove impossible. Lucky for most of us, anima is restored quickly and should not prohibit regular travel. Then why, must you ask, must we pay gil when using teleport? Well, after the calamity, many of the existing aetherite camps were destroyed. To relocate them and rebuild them required a large sum of money, much of which was lent by a certain men of business from Ul'dah. The gil you pay when either leaving from or arriving at an aetheryte goes to paying off that debt. I see. Thank you, sir. Let us continue. There's a floating purple chicken. Nothing to see here. Let's see. What do we got over here? We got an itinerant Moogle. Doesn't have anything to say. I have never heard of this before. Honestly, neither have I. You have a Skywatcher here. A wise woman once said that she who does not pay heed to the skies will most surely get wet. Sound advice, if you ask me. Would you like to hear what the skies tell us this fine day? And we can check the various weathers. Oh, we have Sweetnick's Rosy Cheeks here. The goblin merchant Sweetnick's appears to be in some distress. Psh, shkosh, psh. Sweetnick's is beauteous Gobby and craft-smart trade maker. Sweetnick's makes busy deal with Uplanders. Need deliver letter to Gate of Maelvan, but Sweetnick's has shiver shakes. Uplander walks to Gate of Maelvan for Sweetnick's. Uplander delivers letter to Tax Lady Patangina. Sure. Letter from Sweetnick's. The only thing written on this slip of parchment appears to be a mess of squiggly lines and randomly positioned ink blots. A fun fact, anima was used as a kind of currency in 1.0, used specifically for teleporting. It recovered over time. Once they realized how bad an idea that was, they swapped over to just using Gil. Interesting. Thank you, Kent. Glazrail. That is disturbing news. Your initiative is appreciated, adventurer. I'll have the captain place the Yellowjackets on high alert. And while I have your ear, I need you to visit Fridwib and tell her the same thing you told me. You find her a bit further down East Hawker's Alley. The Fridwib has frequent dealings with adventurers, so any warning you give her should soon be spread throughout the city. Let's see, we've got a market board, we've got people who can sell stuff. Do you know how long it took to recover anima? Good question. Kent? Rose. I may be here on business, but I do so enjoy visiting foreign ports. Limsa Lominsa has a character that is quite unlike that of my native Ul'dah. The lure of the exotic is indeed irresistible. Here we have Swazblate. A fine day to you, madam. Welcome to the most replete marketplace in the grand realm of Eorzea, where every shelf groans under the weight of wonders born from all corner of the worlds. Pray browse the stalls until your eyeballs ache from ogling the overabundance of unbelievable bargains. Now, as much as I would love to elaborate on the unrivaled quality of our merchandise, I must tend to some cargo, but recently arrived to the docks. You bear a gift from Baderon. Whatever could it... Ah, my octant! By the navigator, I must have left it behind in the wench, along with a week's pay and several bells' worth of intoxicated memories. Here you go. I am most grateful to have it back. This tool is a keepsake from my days as a ship captain, you see. Needless to say, your good deed must be repaid, and what better recompense than the wisdom of a master merchant? It is simple and sturdy adventure. If it is simple and sturdy adventuring equipment you seek, you need look no further than the east and west arms of Hawker's Alley. Lest you doubt, each gil you invest in arms and armor will be money well spent. Adventuring is, after all, a dangerous profession by its very nature. It goes without saying, Hawker's Alley stalls specializes in the tools of every martial discipline imaginable. And within but a few steps are bazaars and apothecaries that will most amply supply all your potion and perishable needs. Our keen-eyed agents procure a frankly befuddling range of wares during their sojourns to distant shores, so it pays to become familiar with the type and price of the goods offered by each stall. Such knowledge will serve you well if your purse is light or your time is short. Yes. But verbal instructions of this kind will only profit you so much. Experience has ever been the surest teacher, if not the kindest. I invite you to explore the markets for yourself. Oh, Andy's got a quest for us. Swazblate, the master merchant of Hawker's Alley, wants you to look into current market prices. You, Miss Adventurer, I have work for you. I would have you pose as a customer and survey the market's current prices. Surely I did not see you balk at so simple a task. All you need do is strike up a conversation with the shop owners and glance over their wares. There are 3 merchants that interest me. Iron Thunder, Kyokaroon, and Sinhill. Write down all you see on this price list and hang it to Bale Singh on West Hawker's Alley. He shall reward you for your service. We have a price list. Piece of parchment containing prices from shops and stalls all over Limsa Lominsa. Alright, I am going to step away from the computer really quick to get myself a quick drink and maybe a little snack as well. So take this time, everybody, to stretch. We've been going for about 2.5 hours now, so, you know, stretch, get up, get a drink, and I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Let's see. Got a little snack here. And, it's, time to continue, shall we? It was good to give my fucking voice a rest. But, anyway. Greetings, miss. Might I interest you in the services of a retainer? What's this? Some suspicious seafarer is on the prowl for gullible adventurers. A possible suspect in the recent kidnappings, you think? Well, I'll be sure to pass on that warning to my customers. What with all these merchants and travelers milling through Hawker's Alley, these kinds of unsavory activities can often go unnoticed. In any case, I promise to keep a sharp lookout for anyone being accosted by strange-looking sailors. We get fire shards, a tiny crystalline manifestation of etheric fire energy, and Grade 1 dark matter. It has been recently discovered that this substance of unknown origin has the faculty to assimilate with other forms of matter, effectively restoring them to their original condition. This specific grade of dark matter has been showed to bond best with simple items, crafted from common materials. Cool. The east and west arms of Hawker's Alley hold within their bustling embrace all manner of wondrous wares and exotic commodities. Our merchants keep their shelves well stocked and their prices reasonable. Spend about a moment to browse the selections and you will find much at which to marvel. Here's Iron Thunder. Well met, lass. Cast your peepers over these beauties. Not a spot of rust to be found. Every piece is fresh from the forges of Naldik and Vimeles. Nice. Let's see. Ooh, look at that. Look at that sky. Back in 1.0, you required specific materials to repair gear. This was changed to dark matter after they realized how bad of an idea that was. Seems like there were a lot of bad ideas in 1.0. Funny how that works. Dodo's on. Let's look. I'll just look at the map real quick here. I was most pleased to discover the attitude of acceptance toward beastmen traders here in Limsa Lominsa. My fellow Udon merchants openly despise such savage peddlers, you see, but I believe there are opportunities being missed. The Mamul Jaw, for example, are a hardy race that hail from the lands to the west, and their skill at arms is their primary export, a quality source of mercenaries, if you ask me. The bulging packs of the goblins, they often contain not of value, but it is worth sifting through the junk for that one-ware treasure. And the Keycurn? Look no further should you wish to trade for ore or gemstones. Zwinberg. This here's the Hawker's Round, where east meets west. This place bustles with buyers and sellers both. Anything to say over here? Fruits of the Navigator's loin, straight from the depths of her salty womb. I think I'll pass. Sweet or salty? Hang on, I gotta go back and make it come up again. Give me 10, no 20. Loin fruit. Let's attune to this, shall we? You now have access to the Aethernet. Quick travel throughout the city can be achieved simply by placing your hand upon Aethernet shards. Neat. Ah, here's Kyokyo Rune. Kyokyo Rune welcomes welcome customer. Kyokyo Rune loves his lovely trade. Kyokyo Rune's goods are goodly made. Good to hear, buddy boy. Kyokyo Rune sells select best selection. Priceless prices for shoppers to shop. Customer's custom is truest truth. Anything to say? Nope. That's a fine rod. A fine rod indeed. A fine evening to you, miss. What can I interest you Why, you seem to be most interested in everything, don't you? Is this another one of those investigations? Well, I have nothing to hide. Guys, I think we got found out. You've completed your survey of the market prices. Deliver the price list to Bainsing on West Hawker's Alley. That's quite the price for a mere 3 bags. Sorry, but we're only allowed to do business with them as the house knows. Sorry, love, but I can only assist them as the house knows. What does that mean? Look, it's Bees! It's Materia Melder. He's all grown up. Me? Why, I am but a humble servant of Master Mutamix, charged with aiding those who wish to avail themselves of the power of materia but lack the skills to do so. If you would know more, mayhap it would be best if you sought out Swinbros at the bonfire in central Thanalan. You're the one that made a list for Swozblate? Let's have it then. Here you go. Nothing wrong with the market as far as I can tell. You oftentimes get pirates selling stolen goods at cutthroat prices, and that drives the numbers down right across Hawker's Alley. Thanks to these reports, though, we can tell at a glance when shady deals are taking place. Good work, lass. And we got some more earth shards. Nice. Alright, and over here we have the Arcanists Guild. We apologize for the inconvenience, but services to Vesper Bay are suspended until further notice. This place is poppin'. I love Arcanine. Yeah, me too. The most tranquil moments of my life has all occurred when there was a ship under my feet and bait in the ocean. Nothing else comes close. Fish, of course. Oh, and here's some jewelry. Someone said a big boat was coming. Do you see it? I don't see shit. Sohoy Yumahoy. Standing here. I see people from the most exotic locales of Eorzea across my path. It's enough to make one want to leave this post and hop onto a ship to unexplored corner of the world. One day, perhaps. Nope, you got nothing. Drisk Thata. Welcome to the Endeavor, pride and joy of the Fisherman's Guild. If you thought of embarking on a voyage to the high seas piques your interest, you may be pleased to know we are currently recruiting crew members. Any interested parties are welcome to report to the guild in Limsa Lominsa. Then Forzagel. I have the honor of being captain of the Endeavor. If you ever dreamed of fishing on the high seas, you best head to the Fisherman's Guild. My apologies, but we only okay, fuck you. Kanbi Karunbi. A true fisher must devote his entire self to the craft. We've no time for love or dalliance. The sea and its creatures are all the companionship we need. That's cool. What do we got over here? Ugh, the pain. I can't move an ilm or I'll... Someone doesn't have their sea legs yet. Sailed every corner of the high seas, huh? Here, take a draught of this, and you'll be set straight quick. Hello! Let's see. Well, on to the Arcanist Guild. Straight potion. The potion that makes you straight. Would you one of you shut your yap and grab the door? Who must I speak to have my ship on quarantined? How much is tariff on sun lemons? That was the outdoor? Whatever. What are they going to do? Stop me? I have a book. Rubahara. All vessels that make use of Limsa Lominsa's ports must submit to a cargo inspection and pay the duties incurred. Please direct all inquiries and complaints to the front desk of Maelvan's Gate. The reception hall lies straight away. And there's a downstairs, it looks like. We'll go down there in a bit. Those dream flowers cost us a fortune. How about you take a crate for yourself? Being a customs officer feels like a thankless job. On any given day, a dozen strangers will accuse you of high-sea robbery. I must constantly remind myself that what I do is for the good of the nature. Turn around, go... Fine! God! Go to the correct one. Jeez, hang on. There. Happy? That guy's just standing there in the out gate. You gonna tell him off? God! Anyway. Pataja! Oh wait, hang on. Long stand make gobby legs shake and quake. Could you be more specific, sir? Hang on. Excuse me, Mr. Min. Have you bigger quill? So here's a mammal jaw, here's a goblin, and here's a keycurn. Where is Sweetnix with those import records? Without the proper documentation, I'm afraid we shall have to expel him from the city. Here you go. Why, these are Sweetnix's records. Glad I am to see they were submitted in time. Honestly, you would think that goblin would have lost his fear for our offices by now. Every month he is to submit these papers, and every month his tardiness forces me to consider his removal. As long as one follows proper procedure, Limsa Lominsa is quite welcoming of foreign traders. Pray, convey these words to Sweetnix. Perhaps it will aid in soothing that poor goblin's fears. Oh, and she also has a quest for us. Pataja of Maelvan's Gate needs help collecting duty on imported goods. Here at Maelvan's Gate, we inspect all the goods that are imported into Limsa Lominsa and collect duty as the law requires. Some merchants, however, seek to evade this obligation, and we must chase them down. I would be grateful if you could deliver these 2 ledgers, one to a man named Suntimal, who you will find at the Octant, and the other to a woman named Latisha, who works at the Bismarck. If you are uncertain as to the whereabouts of the Bismarck, ask Sutamal when you meet him, and he will point you in the right direction. Log Assessor's Ledger. This booklet, penned by a log assessor from Melvin's Gate, contains the names of merchants who have yet to pay the duty on the goods they imported to Limsa Lominsa. Dubrigheim. Salutations! Do you come with questions? Are you perhaps perplexed by the nature of Arcanima? What do you do here? I am Thubrigheim, and it is my responsibility to manage the Arcanists Guild, while our guildmaster tends to other matters. We receive regular reports on his research into advanced Arcanima, thus I am disinclined to be overly critical of his inconvenient absence. What is Arcanima? The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles. It was their efforts to express the nature of ether in mathematical terms that gave rise to the exacting science that we practice today. These definitive formulas are represented by arcane geometries, patterns that allow arcanists to manipulate etheric energy and produce specific effects. The ability to shape this energy also allows practitioners to manifest arcane entities collectively known as carbuncle. This is perhaps the most defining power attributed to the art of Arcana. Interesting. Speaking of carbuncles, we have ours. Here he is. Look at him. He's ready to go. Also, I need to move my pet hotbar down, because that's not a great place for it. I don't like that. There we go. Look at that little dude. Excuse me. Welcome to the Arcanist Guild. It is here that we research and develop the field of Arcanima. Arcanima is the science of employing arcane geometries, intricate patterns that map the unlocked mysteries of existence, to draw forth and manipulate the body's etheric energies. No, it is a level 2 skill. Cool dog, thank you. I made it myself. But if I'm not mistaken, you already possess some rudimentary understanding of our craft. Shall I deepen your knowledge of our history as well? The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles. It was these island folk that first discovered a method to express natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Excuse me. Building on the process, the existing mathematical formulae were further developed into arcane geometries, precise patterns that allowed the practitioner to weave ether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as Arcanists, and the school of Arcanima was born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took to the seas aboard trading vessels. Upon their arrival in Limsa Lominsa, Arcanists found themselves welcomed into the academic elite and soon secured positions in realms of governance and council. The knowledge of Arcanists, however, has traditionally passed from one master to a chosen disciple. As such, Admiral Merlwib, counting several wielders of the Arcanima among her personal staff, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to the eventual extinction of the art. So, at the Admiral's express orders, an official Arcanists Guild was established, and funding was provided for research and training. The complex and demanding nature of the Arcanima, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you would continue to study of this challenging discipline, then I must insist that you indicate your commitment to joining our guild. Well, have you decided to enroll in our guild, or are you now intimidated by the thought of excessive thinking? Bitch, I fucking love thinking. Miri wishes to reaffirm your desire to join the Arcanist Guild. Your sound judgment is to be commended. Now, standard practice dictates that I introduce you to our guildmaster, that you might convey your intentions to them in person. Due to extraordinary circumstances, however, he is unreachable at the present. Instead, you may speak with Mistress Thubergrim. She has shouldered full responsibility for the guild's leadership in the Interium. You will find her just over there, by the bookshelves. You needn't be shy. Though her mind is sharp and critical, her manner is always most welcoming. Though it is standard practice to present yourself to the guildmaster, Miri explains that the leader of the Arcanists is not presently available. You are instead to speak with the acting guildmaster, Thubrigheim. Hello! Yes, I am Thubrigheim. Greetings, and welcome to the Arcanists Guild. As Muri has doubtlessly explained, I am serving as acting guildmaster until our wayward leader deigns to return. I assume our capable receptionist also spoke of our art's origins. Allow me then to expound upon its nature. Arcanima taps into the living energies of ether. The evidence of this is represented in most aptly, perhaps, by our ability to manifest the arcane entity Carbuncle, and the manner of magic which this etherical ally employs at our command. The core of the discipline, however, is found in pursuit of definitive solutions to any potential quandary. Even on the field of battle, nay, especially on the field of battle, this principle takes precedence. Your vote won? Congratulations, Zach. You're a winner. If one wishes to make certain the question of victory, then one must apply the most effective strategy. An arcanist is measured by her ability to calmly analyze a situation from the moment to moment and respond with the most appropriate spells at hand. The study of Arcanima will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason your way through predicament after predicament? Am I prepared to reason? You bet your fucking ass I am. Oh, also, I should do a quick shout-out. Zach Geigar, a gentleman who just joined in my chat here, is the person who technically inspired this whole thing to do. He did and is going to do a similar series to this, less focused on incomprehensibly long amounts of reading and more just kind of playing through the game. If you're not already subscribed to him or have checked him out before, please do so. He's super cool, and he's doing some streams this month to help raise money for St. Jude's. So, yeah, there you go. An unambiguous response, the kind I most prefer. Let us now see if the clarity of your words is matched by the sharpness of your mind. In Lower Lenosha, you will find, among others, 3 species of pest, wharf rats, little ladybugs, and aureliae. I ask that you employ your skill in Arcanima to eradicate 3 of each type of creature. Leave the city through the Tempest Gate, and you will soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As long as you remain focused, I do not foresee these opponents causing you or your budding abilities undue difficulty. Amogus. That's right, Piap. Once you return from completing this preliminary trial, I will welcome you as an official member of the Arcanists Guild. May your judgment remain swift and clear. OBKB. Let's go downstairs and see what's down here, shall we? Hello. He has nothing to say. Keep your voice low, lest you disturb the summons. Shining Emerald! I said Shining Emerald! Yip, yip, yip. Focus, my pet. Hiss! Attack! Very good, he's located the milk root. Mozon Dalazon. Please, not another word. If I am ever to become an official assessor, this training exercise must be the focus of my full and undivided attention. Sorry, sir. Let's see, what else do we got? Undercover intelligence. Intelligencer? It just might work. What if we were to plant an assessor on the ship? I read those out of order. Oops. It's fine. Alright, where are we off to next? Let's head down to the Fisher Guild, shall we? Now, let's see. Let's go via this way first, shall we? One of the big problems with Limsa Lominsa is it's a bit of a winding path to get anywhere. There's not like a clear path I can go to hit everywhere nice and smoothly. So I'm just going to have to kind of navigate around it. But that's okay. Let's see. There's down that way. Got some folks over here. Well then, my lord, what is your assessment? It's Isa, a bodice assessor with Maven's Gate. I see. I love ye. Come and be my salt wife. That's what all my customers tell me. Here we have some Mikote, plying their trade. We have some assholes doing a rap battle over here. You'll pay for that. I tried, but your ma said it was on the house. Ooh, got him. Gahaha. Look at the lovebirds. Then we have some fucker over here. Hello. I can't do anything with you. Hello. The upper decks lie above. STDs, ladies of the night. That's correct. That's what they are. Hello. What's going on over here, bud? You having a good time? Good. And here we have Lawnward. Hello, sir. Aye, this is the Dutiful Sisters of the Edelweiss, a house of deep reflection and meditation, so unless you got proper business with us, you can kindly bugger off. Well, I have this package. What's this? A parcel from the Brugaire Consortium, eh? Let's have a peek inside. Ooh, walnut bread and ginger cookies. And a few of them Bismarck finger sandwiches, too. Them consortium culls know the right way to show appreciation. Some of the sisters have unholy appetites, so I'd best save a few bites for myself before I could take this inside. You let Janassim know we're always here should her boss have need of us again. There's naught behind these convent doors for a worldly type like you, missus. We're the dutiful sister of the Edelweiss, all pure and saintly, like. Now bugger off. Very believable, sir. They got nuns here, guys. We can't fuck with them right now. Let's see. Got a empty boardwalk. Those sandwiches. It's none of your business. Exactly. Can you take me anywhere? I'm afraid the Airport ferry is out of service for repairs. Until such time as she is seaworthy again, might I suggest you familiarize yourself with the amenities of our fair city, and perhaps hone your skills in adventurer. And we'll get access to those ferries later, basically. Ah, and another aetheryte. Choo-choo ruins, waters at mouth-watering fish from waters. Bars. Hello, sir. Oh, thank you for the add everyone there, Zach. I'm always afraid to do that, but, you know, whatever. Wawalago! I have deemed that love and fishing are not so dissimilar in definition. Why, neither fish nor maid can be caught without a carefully considered cast, after all. But I have spent many a season in polishing my pulls to perfection, and ever are my advances avoided by the objects of my ardent affection. That sucks, buddy. She's merely laughing at your paltry cash. The navigator smiles on me today. Call me that again on this bucket goes on your head. You'd both do better in the guild polishing your masts, haha! A little more over here, lemon cakes. They're having a good time. Dunes folk talk, yep. I love Wawalago because it just alliterates. Nothing but alliteration. Hello! There'd be fish aplenty off the salt strand, but what of all the keykern? Hello! A good fisher knows when to give back to the sea. Throw back a guppy today and reel in 10 fish tomorrow. You got anything to say, buddy? No? Excuse me, I'm splashing through your shit. Sorry. Nordawib. Well, I must admit that the variety of catch found in the coastal Asol pales in comparison to the teeming fish markets of Limsa Lominsa. And if one were to consider the dilemmas inherent in transporting freshly caught cargo from the city, it may prove wiser to employ a fisherman directly at the manor. Do you happen to know if the guild here is willing to hire out individuals talented with line and lure? Our guild's is a fine collection of live fish in the pools there. It's always squirming with the latest catch, see? And when the sea's been unkind with her bounty, I just drop a line and all sneaky like an, fine weather we're having, ain't it? Dunes folk just do that if they don't hold back? That's interesting. I've really only ever noticed it with Wawalago, but also at the same time, it's hard for me to instantly tell if a Lalafell is a Dunes folk or a Plains folk just by looking at them. Because I'm not racist, you see. I don't see color. Phil Snow. Without the Fisherman's Guild, the pullers wouldn't have a place to gather and discuss issues like setting a wholesale price for fish or organizing repairs for waterfront facilities. And since we started taking in foreign fish folk, the existence of the guild is especially important. Aside from teaching these outsiders the ways of Limsa's waters, we get a chance to learn new tricks from one another. Sisapoo. The calamity really knocked the wind out of the fishing industry's sails, but fisherfolk are starting to return to the seas once more. It's past time I did the same. And before I can put out to sea again, I need to have a new boat built. Our guild has always commissioned Nadik and Vimelis for its craft, but they are beastly busy these days. If you want something to do, mayhap you could run over to the Armorer's Guild and consult with Forge Master Hazama in my stead. I would know how long we might expect to have to wait. You've sunk to the Fisherman's Bottom, a place for fishermen. You can't go lower than here. What do you do here? I'm Sisapoo, the Guildmaster. Well, technically the acting Guildmaster. The actual Guildmaster, Wawalago, apparently has better things to do than administer a guild, and so it falls to me. In hindsight, the thought of a fisherman neglecting his duties shouldn't have come as a surprise to me. You're gonna discriminate against infrared and ultraviolet like that? Well, you know. What does a fisherman do? Our guild members live by a simple code. We catch fish. From serene seas to roaring rivers, from large lagoons to puny ponds. Where there are fish to be fished, the Fisherman's Guild will fish them. Fishing with nets can yield a fair haul, but requires a ship and trustworthy ship hands. Since you can't have access to a vessel nor any apparent friends, fuck you, we will not concern ourselves with nets. Spare the rod and spoil the adventurer, as they say. You'll need not an army aboard a dreadnought to catch fish. You will only need a rod and your wits. Quite fitting for the self-sufficient adventurer like yourself, do you not agree? After all, what sort of adventurer wants to browse the nets for hours upon hours when you could be enjoying the great outdoors with a rod and a reel? True. Alright, let's see. There's a ship over here. The Astalica. But I love browsing the net. Yeah, me too. I needs me a scrag to do me scrag work. True. We may be pirates, but we ain't uncivilized. Well, that's nice. Let's see. The decks, they be stained with the blood of more men than there be in all of Limsa Lominsa. That's impressive. Hi. Hashthwab. Some captains claim to have the biggest, toughest pirate crews in Limsa, but no bastard makes that boast before the gathered axes of the bloody executioners. We've been to the very edges of the eastern seas and plucked treasures from the olds of imperial ships. These other scrags ain't naught but piss in the wind. Hey, bud. Swabbing be a rat's job, if you ask me. Hey, how you guys doing? You having fun there, bud? Used to be we had Keykurn swabbing the decks. Muriel. They see these pirates know how to swing an axe, so I've been looking for a fight to hone my own skills. That's interesting. She's probably a gladiator from Ul'dah, then. You'd probably et your own ma if we'd cooked the hag. Right after you, lass. Help me. What do you, like if I sat on your axe, ox breath? Come on, play some more dialogue. Why won't you quit, you bloody sea cow? Good old pirates. What are you idiots doing? Is them buzzards I see a circling? You had enough? Tell us where you hid the loot. Oh god, there's a guy there. I've never noticed that before. That's what they're pointing at. There's a... they're hanging a guy. You having fun up there, bud? No, I never noticed that. I'm like an NPC in a Batman game. I never look up. Because it's really actually hard to look up in this game. Oops, I accidentally looked up her character's ass. I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. This is a good reason to play through the game. Yeah, exactly. My hope is to just see everything that I can. Everything is going to be really fucking slow. Greetings, love. Aught I can interest you in? Might be there is, but it ain't fishes. I just catch the hang on. First point of order, get trousers. Yeah, really. I just catch the fish and leave the mongering to her. So she can, fuck this here guy, I guess. Well, let's go back. Well, we have to go back this way anyway, because we gotta talk to, the Gorblins. Oh yeah, do you have anything more to say? Ever wondered why this courtyard's called the Octant? It was named for a navigation tool invented by the famous Giovanni Giono. With the Aetheryte placed here at the center, the Octant has always been one of Limsa's busiest hubs. Hey, little dude. Uplander delivered letter to Gate of Mailven. Uplander has Whiteheart and Swift Legs. Tax Lady Pataja has kind backwards for Sweetnix. Sweetnix has outflow of joy for Tax Lady Pataja. Sweetnix is happy gobby. Give Uplander jingly shine. Money. I did it. Alright, let's see. A ledger from Melvin's Gate, you say? Yep, here you go. Yet more outstanding duty payments. One of those merchants ever learn. Very well, if I catch sight of any offenders, I shall drag them to the gate, kicking and screaming if need be. One more ledger bound for the Bismarck, you say? Follow this path to the upper decks and you'll find the place. Right up there, eh? Alright, cool. We'll head that way next then. Well, actually, we'll probably check out over here first, but... hey, Jassim. You deliver the package as I requested. Very good. I shall pass on the sister's sentiment to my superior. What the fuck was up with them? What manner of services do the dutiful sisters provide? Gotta make dinner. Thank you for the stream, Mr. Pun Guy. Love the idea. Thanks, Axa. Thanks for dropping by. And remember, like I said, at some point tomorrow, maybe, I will probably have the VOD for this uploaded, so if you want to catch up on anything you missed, it'll be there. Continue your stay in Limsa Lominsa, and you'll likely find out soon enough. In fact, if you're confident in your abilities and comfortable with the unconventional, you may wish to approach them yourself. Doodly wow. Alright, well, actually, technically we did already go that way, so never mind. Let's just go up. Here we are. Unsin Wilf. Limsa Lominsa is a paradise for a culinarian. By the graces of the pullers, we've the bounty of the sea close at hand. Ah, if there were only more bells in a day, I'd buy the whole guild's catch and cook to my heart's content. What's going on over here? Culinarians Guild, eh? You two having fun? All I wanted was an eggless omelet. What? What do you mean, wait? I see 3 open tables! A sheepish request. Halonono needs help replenishing the Bismarck's larders. Beg your pardons, good madam, but you are an adventurer, are you not? I realize this is sudden, but we urgently need help restocking our larders. We are in the midst of preparing a full-course meal for soon-arriving guests, but I fear we are short on fresh lamb for the main course. I would be grateful if you could procure 4 slices for us. I dare say it would be the quickest way to obtain these directly from the source, wild lambs. In case you are unfamiliar with the creatures, I suggest you speak with, Abelfar, a sentry stationed in the Bulwark Hall, just below the Drowning Dot Wench. Okay. Beg your pardons, good madam, but you have a reservation. You don't? My sincerest apologies, but you must book in advance to dine at the Bismarck. Métis Maga. The Bismarck has never been better than it is now under Master Lingsath's direction. Even such dishes as folk consider simpler are prepared with loving attention to detail. These days, all too few establishments strive for this level of excellence. Hey, guys, you guys talk. Say words. No? Okay. After the calamity, I'd never thought I'd... Whenever my business head brings me to Limsa Lominsa, I treat my manservant to a hearty servant here at the Bismarck. 'Tis the least I can do for to reward him for his excellent service. Gods know I pay the fellow little enough. Ha ha ha! I'm gonna kill you. Got 2 nice Rogadin lasses talking with this Makote. It seems fitting enough place to say our farewells. This is where we first met. Oh, they're breaking up. That sucks. Monetarist scum! What do we got in here? Ingham! In spite of its prestige, the Bismarck also delivers meals to the customer's door. Master Lingsath recently introduced this service, that folk unable to secure a reservation might still enjoy our cuisine. The only good Lala is Newt. It's one of the only good ones, it's true. Yasi. I don't need anything from you. Hi there! This is the Culinarians Guild, where finest chefs in all the realm gather to master the culinary arts. If you're here to dine at the Bismarck, please speak with our head waitress, Halonono. Letitia? Tax evaders among our patrons, you say? Goodness me. I dare say this may well put an end to their appetite, but this is in the best interests of the city-state. If any of the merchants in this ledger come to dine with us, I will see that Mailvin Gates is notified without delay. We got potion and an ether. Processed via the alchemical extraction of aetheric essence occurring in elemental crystals, the contents of this vial instantly restores a small amount of MP. A 1,000 words. Letitia needs someone to report a bilking patron. We spare no effort to ensure that all our patrons enjoy the finest food and hospitality, and so it is doubly hurtful when someone decides to leave without settling the bill. Nary a bell ago, a first-time patron did just that. Rushumo is the one who lovingly prepared the man's meal. She is quite upset by the whole affair, and has taken it upon herself to draw an illustration of the offender. Might I trouble you to deliver it to the Yellow Jackets on our behalf? Rushumo should be done adding the finishing touches by now. The Bismarck prides itself on purveying the finest cuisine in all the realm, fit to grace the tables of kings and queens. Indeed, whenever foreign dignitaries come to Limsa Lominsa, our restaurant is the first to be called upon to cater for the banquet. Diving Dove. 'Tis true what they say, you are what you eat. Sadly, most folks fail to pay due heed to their diet. I must confess to being one of them. So engrossed do I become in seeing others fed, I often go long stretches without feeding myself. Cooking, oh. And the special ingredient is love! Ah ha ha! I've always wanted to say that. Lingsath! Hello, sir! What brings you to our kitchen, venturer? Fancy learning about the culinary arts, maybe? What do you do here? Lingsath's my name, and I'm the head chef here at Bismarck, finest restaurant in all Eorzea. 'Tis my charge to make sure everyone as dines in our halls leaves with a smile on their face. The job's mostly supervising journeyman chefs at their work, but I try to fit in as much cooking as I can. That ain't all I do, though. I also happen to be a master of the Culinarians Guild, which lives under the same roof. That role has me training aspiring culinarians, which is, without a doubt, my most rewarding endeavor. Don't matter if you can't tell one end of the skillet from the other. If you're willing to learn, I'm more than willing to teach you. What is cooking? There's some that say that the culinary arts are just a lot of fancy cooking, but that's only the half of it. 'Tis true we take well-known dishes and raise them to the mouthwatering heights, But when we ain't busy doing that, we're laboring to bring new tastes and textures into the world. Now, as you could probably imagine, both of the advocate call for a decent elpin of experience and skill, but neither's worth a damn if you don't got passion. Our trade's as tough as old mutton, lass, and passion's the only thing what gets us through the grizzly bits. When you pour your heart and soul into a dish only to have a patron call it slop, will you swallow your pride and start over again, or will you run home crying? Words cut deeper than knives, Venture, and when your pride's been hacked to shreds, your passion the only thing that keeps you standing in front of the stove. It's true. Hey! Grr, I poured my heart and soul into that grilled dodo. If I ever get my hands on that scoundrel, I'll ground his bones to make my bread. Here it is, my rendition of the criminal. Please to deliver to the Godabert at the Coral Tower. He will know what to do. Damn. Let's see. Artist's rendition. A drawing of a man? Pieced together through the descriptions given to the eyewitness to his crimes most heinous. There's a whale of a tale behind the name of this place. Well, actually, it's the tale of a whale, actually. Bismarck devoured all that lay in his path, and the restaurant hopes its diners will follow suit. Bismarck, huh? Sounds like an interesting character. I don't think we'll ever run into them, though. It seems unlikely. The Seventh Sage. Got an herbalist. I'm stiff as a rock. There are oils with which can help. Morden. Morden would like to make you a completely legal proposition. You want for coin, Venture? How'd you fancy working for the Kraken's Arms, one of the greatest pirating crews of Limsa? If you're interested, take yourself up these here steps to the balcony above and talk to Carvelian, our captain. Do right by him, and he'll do right by ye. Kraken's arms reach far and wide, carrying back spices to sell at the Seventh Sage. Captain Carvelian watches over the business himself, which is when he's not busy watching over his crew. Neat. Hey, bud. Business with the captain? I need 16 bags of the root by sunrise. Most folks thinks of Limsa Lominsa as the city of pirates, but a new era has ushered in a new breed of buccaneer. Are you interested in hearing more? What do you do here? I am General Aide and Mercantile Assistant to Carvelian, Captain of the Kraken's Arms. The Kraken's Arms, in the case you are not aware, constitute one of the 3 great pirate powers found in Limsa Lominsa. Captain Carvelian himself is proficient in reading not only the currents of the ocean, but predicting an era's ebb and flow. The calamity and the destruction that followed forced many a pirate into early retirement, but not our captain. He seized the fluttering reins of the spice trade and amassed a veritable fortune. It is my hope to learn at the foot of this master and one day become his indispensable right-hand man. Okay, well tell me about the pirates. The city-state of Limsa Lominsa was originally founded by the Sea Wolves, aye, that most piratical of people hailing from the seas to the north. The nation rose from humble beginnings, building itself as one of the 6 great city-states of the Eorzea. And how was that accomplished, you may ask? Why, on a treasury filled by a folk that never relinquished its penchant for looting and pillaging. Although Lominsa's population grew larger and ever more diverse as immigrants drifted from all around the sea, piracy remained the mainstay of its industry. Thus did the city become known as a haven for brigands and bandits of all kind. What about the Admiral's Pirate Initiative? As a city of scoundrels, Limsa Lominsa was held in low regard by other cities of the realm. And while such perspectives may have proven irrelevant in former ages, when conflict between nations was commonplace, this new era demanded Eorzean bands together or perish. Thus, it was that Admiral Merliwib outlawed piracy and put out a call for all citizens of Limsa Lominsa, pirate or not, to present a unified front to their enemies. A pact known as the Galadion Accord was signed, and the nation went to war against the Empire. As part of this agreement, the 3 great pirate powers, the Bloody Krakens, the Bloody Executioners, the Sanguine Sirens, and the Kraken's Arms, were issued leave to raid the vessels of the Garleans. Neat. Carvelian. Greetings, friend, and welcome to the Seventh Sage, purveyors of the finest spices from the East. All of our products are guaranteed obtained through completely legal means. Oh, you do not seek spice, but employment. Well then, let us speak of how you might be of service to our organization. Our Misery returned from her latest voyage bearing exotic spices never before seen in Eorzea. I have prepared 2 samples, each of which I would have you deliver to certain individuals. The first is Ginad, whom you will find at the Coral Tower. The second is for Master Lingsaf, head chef of the Bismarck. And do make certain the right person gets the right set. Go now, and return here once you have accomplished the task. Okay. 7th Sage Sampler. A set containing several exotic spices and instructions on how they can be used. Not something you'd expect from the captain of a band of bloodthirsty pirates. Limsa Lominsa is a place where man's work and wits demand his worth, where an orphan can pull himself up by his bootstraps to one day lead the Kraken's arms. If my family hadn't been murdered at sea, horribly, I have no doubt have followed my fortune-telling father into a life of divination. Fate is a funny thing. The worst thing to ever happen to me was also the best. I'm sure that's just a minor lore detail and won't come up later. Anyway, let's dip back over to the Bismarck here real quick and drop off that spice sample. Also, guys, by the way, we've gone for about 3 hours and 20 minutes. I have not cast a single spell yet. We're making good time. A new sample from the 7th Sage. Alright, let's have a whiff of it then. Ain't nothing smelled like it before. The note came with it says it's a root what grows in Authard. Last I heard, Authard was under Imperial rule. How in the 7 hells did Carvelian manage to get hold of this? Any road, I reckon I can cook up something fresh with this. Thanks for the delivery, friend. I cast Summon Carbuncle? You're right. I have not cast 2 spells. Aha! Let's see. Hello, gentlemen. Hi. Gennady. Hello. Welcome to the headquarters of the Yellow Jackets, the Keeper of Peace in Limsa Lominsa. Is there anything I can assist you with? Yeah, I got this. A sample of spice courtesy of the 7th Sage, you say? This is no mistake. This is fire sand, and the kind used by Garleans beside. Quite intriguing. Very well, we will consider placing an order. Oh, you thought you had brought me spice. I see you are not familiar with Carvalianisms. For the sake of convenience, he uses the word spice to refer to literally anything he has preferred on the high seas. Lest you worry, the man isn't engaged in any activity that is considered piracy. Far from it. Think of him as a trader, a heavily armed one who represents Liminsan interests in eastern lands. Lost and found. Help with a growing problem in Limsa. An alarming number of citizens have gone missing of late, although I suspect you've already heard the rumors. It is essential that we ascertain their safety. To this end, I have prepared a list based on reports from our citizens. Would you be so kind to deliver it to my colleague in Bulwark Hall? Nedalika is her name. My thanks in advance, friend. It's true, fire sand is very spicy. This is the Hive of the Yellow Jackets, keepers of peace in Limsa Lominsa. We defend the common folk, and they serve as our eyes and ears in turn. Order is preserved under the mandate of the people. Blauthata. In the past, the Marauders Guild weren't nothin' but a recruiting house for pirate crews. That'll change once the Admiral convinced the Buccaneers to sign the Galadian Accord. The Guild was scoured clean of its piratical roots and given new leadership and purpose. Go to Bert. A bilker at the Bismarck and you have an artist's rendition of the man? Yeah, here you go. What in the 7 hells is this supposed to be? It looks more like the prow of a ship than a man's face. Look, we would like nothing more to bring the offender to justice. 'Tis our duty, after all. However, we will need a little bit more to go on than this piece of art. It would be easier for all involved if Rushumo were to come here and answer some questions. Please relate to her as much. The Yellow Jackets used to be part of the Knight of Barracuda, but we were swallowed into the Maelstrom during the Calamity. Our voyage through the Maelstrom has hardened both our steel and our resolve. Let's see. Might be a couple of nights and the brig will learn you. Just talking to the sharks, it won't happen again. Oh, what did this guy do? Well, whatever. Are you interested in learning the arts of the Marauder? Sounds like the Aether Danister had a hardware failure. Yes, actually, I just saw that right as I went live. It's not my fault. You can't prove it. What do you do here? I am Wernzone, and I train disciples of the Axe. Following the Admiral's reformation of this guild and purging of its pirate influences, I was invited to don the mantle of Axemaster. It is an honor I accepted with gratitude I continue to feel. Thanks to the new Admiral's offer, I can now share my combat experience and skills with a new generation of marauders instead of sitting in an alehouse and bemoaning the injury that removed me from the front lines of battle. What is the art of Marauder? The art of a Marauder was first born in the crucible of brutal ship-to-ship skirmishes. Found to be just as, if not more, effective on dry land, this fighting style relies heavily on one's ability to properly direct the force generated by the axe's heavy blade. Thus, the techniques employed by a Marauder seek to maximize its destructive potential of our chosen weapon. The axe is used to rend, to cleave, and to destroy. It is not our way to simply outfight our adversaries. We seek to overwhelm them. A Marauder must be the most powerful and enduring presence on the battlefield. We must account for the most enemies defeated. Our role in combat is that of a steel whirlwind, dealing death and destruction without equal. Neat. Oh wait, we can't forget. Although Marauders are known for their raw destructive power, I prefer to focus my energies on developing effective stratagems. The doctrine of overwhelming force that may follow has not always been successful, you see. Ancient Nim, in particular, is said to have defended itself from numerous invasions, despite only possessing a token force of mariners and mages. Indeed, I believe there is much we can learn by studying the military tactics of old. I hope to one day persuade my brethren of this fact, that we might grow as an organization. Hello. Hello, Raynor. As Commodore of the Yellow Jackets, it is my duty to ensure the peace and security of Limsa Lominsa. The lives and livelihoods of her citizenry are my primary concern. Alka-Seltzer, correct. Oh. Oh, God. My knees! Nah! Higher ladies. Striking them there will only make your targets angrier. They're shooting them in the balls. Broenbar. Every Marauder goes through the same brutal training, and it's that sense of kinship what binds the guild together. I'm always willing to go the extra mile for a fellow axe wielder. Neat. Alright, well. Welcome back. It would seem both samples were rather well received, and that is in no small part due to our affable courier. It is unfortunate, but notoriety accumulated over the course of years does not fade overnight. There are many who still are hesitant to do business with savage pirates. Yet the old days of piracy have passed, giving way to a new wave of opportunity. My crew and I have decided to embrace this wave. With the Admiral's blessing, we engage in a form of trade with Garlean ships. Everything we do, you may rest assured, is within the law. Level 3! Woohoo! Alright, back to go tell the cat girl that her drawing sucks. There's another unused 1.0 class that never got implemented that was data mined but never got hinted at anywhere in their game. Mystic. Interesting. Ah, so you've spoken with Godebert. Ha ha ha! Within the bell, the Yellow Jackets will have that swindling scoundrel locked up in a dungeon cell, and then I'll take my filleting knife and... Huh? You want me to go to Coral Tower for questioning? But what more information does he want that my drawing doesn't already provide? Isn't a picture supposed to paint 1,000 words? Remember, kids, learn how to draw. Geeky wazoo. Ah, the sea breezes of Limsa Lominsa are so refreshing. Quite a dramatic difference from the sultry winds of Ul'dah. But I must remain detached, focused. I am here, you see, to survey the extent of the calamity's damage, but I often find myself overwhelmed by the unfamiliar sensation of this barbaric yet fascinating city. What are you guys doing? You're coming with me to the brig. I'd like to see you try. Cut him, dog, cut him! Back to the sea with you, Kuda. You gonna let him push you around like that, love? Well, they're all being helpful. This was back in the 1.x design paradigm where the Disciples of Magic were defined with the AoEs of their spells. Conjurers cast Circular, Thaumaturges cast Conal. Both could be healers or DPS. Interesting. Bizarre, even. Let's check down here real quick to see if there's anything before we pop back into the Drowning Wench, shall we? Kind of like how Pugilist was intended to be either another melee DPS or an evasion tank. Denson. Having been founded by pirates, Limsa's long been a hub for piracy. But those days are come to an end, mark my words, and it's all for the greater good. Thought you have your way with a pair of blushing maids, did you? Oh, hang on. I didn't read those fast enough. Now empty your purse before we slice your wick and toss it to Brinewise. What did I do to deserve this? Oh, cool, they're fleecing him for money. Let's go. Good job, ladies. Let's go, women! CNJ and Thaumaturge, Conjure and Thaumaturge were element assist and debuffers back in 1.0 as well, right? I don't know, maybe. Mamu must be showing the sparkly first yet. You'll see no gold until we seal the pact in blood, Ratman. Just give him the coin and we'll be fine. Girl boss, exactly. Oh, we have some new folk. Sajobi. Welcome to the Drowning Wench. You need anything? You give me a shout. What do you do here? I serve the louts and drunkards that stumble through this place. Baderon, the owner, quit the mercenary life to open this place, but he's more comfortable holding a blade than a mop. So I take care of whatever cleaning needs doing around here. It's a damn sight better than what I was doing after the calamity hit, let me tell you. Lost about as much as a person can lose, and spent my night puking out cheap ale into the gutter. Baderon found me passed out outside his place one morning, so he took me in, cleaned me up, and helped me swear off the worst of the grog. It's not that I'm working to pay off the favor, you see. More just like I started pitching in with the chores one day, and then never got around to leaving. The Drowning Wench. That's a little morbid, isn't it? Morbid? Ha! Only if you think the lass is drowning in water. The name has more to do with the sinful amounts of ale than aught else, and that's how the sailors and scoundrels in here like it. We see more of a few of your adventurer types as well, and that keeps Baderon busy wiping noses and handing out advice to the greenhorns. He never could resist taking in strays. We got this fucker. Hello. Welcome. The people of Eorzea are in constant need of a helping hand. Might you know of anybody talented in the arts of battle or spellcraft? You? Oh, no. Baderon Tenfingers would have my head on a platter if I would allow one as green as you to take on the task I've been entrusted. Hey. Chat picked my hair color. Just because it's green doesn't mean I'm inexperienced. Singing Stormcloud. When you're seeking someone for a feat you need done, to the Ventures Guild you'll be calling. No deed beyond dare, so long the coin be fair, to the graves the Ventures fallen. Morbid. Welcome to the Drowning Wench, a place to leave your cares and troubles behind. I'll say that again. Your cares and your troubles. You'll be taking the contents of your innards with you, or you'll find not the wench so welcoming on your next visit. So no vomiting on the floors, guys. What's this quest? Oh, hey, this is, yeah, that's the... Yeah. Oh, shit. Ah, so there y'all, Rulja. Enjoy your jaunt round the city, did ya? If you mean to base yourself in Limsa Lominsa, that won't be the last time you'll visit them 3 places. And now you got some idea what's where, you can start exploring the rest of the town. You've shown a good ear for listening, lass. Stick with old Baderon and you'll go far. Alright, and it looks like we need to be level 4 to take this next quest. So let's keep looking around, shall we? Sajobi needs your help to prepare a treat for Baderon. These days, poor Baderon's so busy looking after others he hasn't been able to look after himself. He deserves something for his efforts. Whenever he's in his cups and starts speaking of the old days, he never fails to mention Aurelier. Seems he and his mates used to eat the creatures on occasion. It's still obvious he has fond memories of that life, so I'm thinking a few Aurelier umbrellas might be something he'd appreciate. Can you help me by procuring 4 of them? If you're willing to help, speak with Clindrail by the aft castle. She knows where the wild beasts congregate. I love a good congregate. Let's see, what do we got over here? No jingly shine, no busy deal. But see, this slip says we will give you the jingly shine when I get it. And over here is the ass castle. You have attuned yourself to all the Aethernet shards in Limsa Lominsa. The Zephyr Gate, the Tempest Gate, and the Airship Landing are now accessible as Aetherite destinations. Oh, wonderful. A bot. How fun. Are there any mods still present? If not, I can take care of it. There we go. It's true, you're not a mod. Oh no, it's all good, bees. Everything's fine. Maelstrom Command. Tratch rate. This is Maelstrom Command. If you're expecting an A&L tour of the facilities, you best look elsewhere. Storm Mage. I am the official charged with the bestowal of sanction upon our members. As you are not one of us, I am afraid I cannot avail you of these services. We of the Maelstrom do not jest when we say, "Till sea swallows all." The soldiers of our company fight to their very last breath, and their very last drop of blood. Are we chained by these words? Nay, it is a freedom in which all who join our ranks learn to exult. Only members of the Maelstrom are allowed to exchange storm seals for shit. This is Maelstrom Command, headquarters of Limsa Lominsa's Grand Company. Our doors are open to all who would fight at the side of order and justice. I commend your enthusiasm, but the Maelstrom has no need of one so raw. Come back when you have forged a reputation for yourself. Greetings, adventurer. I am the Maelstrom officer charged with assisting the Order of Independent Companies, or the Free Companies, as they are commonly known. How may I save you this day? I am not going to read all of this. This is all system stuff that does not matter. Well met. I am an OIC quartermaster affiliated with the Maelstrom, and it is my duty to provide those free companies who have pledged their allegiance to our grand company with the opportunity to purchase various enchantments and items that will befit their members. I say, have you ever considered joining a free company? If not, might I suggest you do? A whole new world will open. The marks posted on the hunt board are not for the faint of heart or slow of sword arm. Only those of proven ability dodge death need apply. I am an OIC officer of arms affiliated with the Maelstrom. It does not appear you belong to a free company, can't have a company crest without a company. And you. Come to join us on the front lines, or perhaps you have questions to ask. Okay, that's PvP. We're not doing that right now. I figured OIC meant something, but all I can think of learning that is OIC. Yeah, me too. Don't tell me you're not heard of Thal Icebound. You wish me to sing of your deeds? Okalkaya. Okalkaya has advice for any adventurers heading to the missing member. If you're looking for a place to wet your whistle, Scrag, I advise you turn tail and run. Captain Ronswen's in no mood to be entertaining customers this day, and even when she is, she ain't particularly good at it. Though maybe dealing with a customer is the sort of shit that might shake her from the doldrums. But if you mean to venture inside the missing member, you best remember to pay your proper respects to the cap'n, unless you ain't afraid of going missing. Kneeling afore her might be a good start. Now what brings you to the missing member, Scrag? Think you can just waltz in and obnob with the sanguine sirens? Well, if you're fool enough to try, just watch your tongue around Captain Ronswen. Last man that didn't? Well, he's a member no more, if you catch my drift. Why are we sitting like this? You see any bleeding chairs? Have a problem with that? We can gives you a problem. I smells a man. Where have you been, lass? Like the axe? Why not take a step closer? The sirens don't have time for men, unless they's warming our beds. Melcoco. Greetings and welcome to the missing member. No, really, all people are welcome to dine here. There is absolutely no danger of dismemberment. I don't believe you. Hello. I don't think I can bear another night. I'm not giving you another choice. Get this boy another plate of oysters. Let's not think about that one, shall we? Get it? Missing member? Dismemberment? It's true. Abaroka. Captain Ronswen lends the sanguine sirens to the top of the food chain here in Limsa. You want to join the meanest crew on the sea, then you bless bloody your cutlass and thicken your hide. The hells you want, Drylander, we're closed. And if you don't want me sirens to toss you out on your arse, show some respect and kneel, Scrag. Alright, let's do that then. Oh, so she knows her place. Good. If only the Krakens had the same sense of propriety. Bastards keep seizing every Garlean ship before we can take a crack at them. Tis a sorry state of affairs when your crew's reduced to preying on the leavings of those mangy bunch of man-boys. My younger self would be right disappointed to see how far we've fallen. Can't you see I'm wallowing in self-pity, Scrag? You couldn't possibly understand how disappointed I am in myself. Let's hope I can spell disappointed correctly. So you do know something of me pain, but your sympathy ain't worth more than a pint of piss. It's all well and good that we got the Admiral's permission to capture Garlean ships, but what's the use if you keep getting beat to your prey? We built our reputation reaving right off the coast of Vilbrand, not sailing a dozen miles into the bleeding sea. The few Imperial dogs found in Limsan territory get snatched by the Krakens hunting open waters. I rallied me crew's spirits when I said we were reviving the old ways, but after all our struggles, they seem resigned to letting those bastards have all the fun. There's gotta be a way to rally me sirens' spirits again. One moment. Damn wind. Anyway. Very understated. Huh? You trying to make light of me, Dilemma? Don't push your luck, Scrag, or I'll gut you with a hook like a regular pirate. Wait, that's it. We're pirates, goddammit, so we should think like pirates. Bugger keeps the winds and waters safe. Raid supply shipments to the Garlean outposts along the coast of Aldenard. Aha! It's so bleeding simple, I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Thank you for your unintended inspiration, Scrag. To think I almost fed you to the sharks. Happy to help, ma'am. You won't find no mollycoddles or ministers in my crew, just real buccaneers who know how to stand up for themselves. Far cry from Carvelian's band of dandies, make no bones about it. Hello. I gather your meeting with the captain went well? I could hear her cackling all the way out here. Well, whatever you did, thanks for doing it. Last thing we needed was her going on another rampage, ruining deck swabs and leaving us with less meat. Tain't easy playing by the Admiral's rules, but if anyone can find a way, Captain Ronswen can. Poggers. Hey guys. This is all shit that I can't really do anything with. Neither is this. Hello, Mr. Moogle. Greetings, tall one. I'm a delivery Moogo, Kupo. Oh, I know what you're thinking. Moogos are supposed to hide in trees and avoid contact with outsiders. Why would they ever agree to carry letters? Why, indeed. If I had my way, I'd be curled up in the canopy of a nice oak dreaming about some beautiful mooglet with a rainbow-colored pom-pom, Kupo. But no, the moon had to go and drop from the sky, causing all of that terrible commotion. Aetherites were shattered and link pearls rendered useless. For moons, the poor wingless people of Eorzea had no way of communicating each other, with beyond screaming at the top of their lungs, which was no one really approved of, Kupo. That is, until the little horned ones asked us to assist by delivering messages. At first we were wary of showing ourselves, worried that one of you might catch us and skin us like you do to every other forest furry. But once we saw how much we were appreciated, we knew we found our new calling. And I personally promised to try and not read any along the way, Kupo. Look what we had here. 6 new letters have arrived for you. And I have things that are thanking me for playing Final Fantasy XIV. So let's pick them all up. The Calamity, aka our game's fucked, let's retcon. Yep. Sometimes you just gotta retcon. And also we got a new earring. And a little buddy. So let's put this stuff on. And also let's put on some fucking pants. There we go. Oh, apparently it's not actually better. That sucks. Well, never mind. Clindrail. Baderon actually likes Aurelia umbrellas? Gods, I never even considered trying to eat one of those foul things. Nevertheless, if it's Aurelia you seek, you ought to find plenty by the river just past the Tempest Gate and to the east. Okay. Oh, anything else? When I do my Newt Reboot Reborn, I'm going to do a 1.0 story and gameplay history breakdown. I would actually appreciate that a whole lot. I think that would be really interesting to see. Because there's a lot of really important stuff in there that unfortunately does not really get talked about a whole lot in this. You need to choose too, because those Vieira's things do some weird stuff. It's true. The Zephyr Gate is the sweet breath of gods, and I suppose the Tempest Gate is the violent wind from the other end. Alright, we have one more area, or no, 2 more areas of Limsa Lominsa to canvas, and then we're off to do stuff. I'll take 3 lampreys, bream cod, and lampreys caught fresh this morning. Who in their right mind eats a bleeding lamprey? My son has flown the nest, and I know not of what has become of him. Each day I buy more fish than I need, that I might have a meal to feed him when he wanders back through our door. Your son's probably dead. Sorry. Welcome, welcome. What brings you to the Blacksmith's Guild? What do you do here? Oh, not much. I'm just Forge Master of this here guild. I ain't one to stand on ceremony, though, so you can just call me Brithale. As for what old Brithale does, well, what I enjoy doing is looking after the new recruits, training them and whatnot. Of course, as an employee of Naldiks and Vimelis, I've got a whole mess of other duties besides. For instance, making sure contracts get fulfilled and securing new ones. Fortunately, Forge Master Hazamo of the Armorers Guild usually handles that shite, else I wouldn't have time to keep me thirst at bay. What's blacksmithing? Well, in essence, you take some raw ore, you smelt it to a hunk of metal, heat it till it's bleeding hot, and then pound the hells out of it until it looks the way you want. Or if you're asking the difference between blacksmith and an armory, well, whereas armorers make armor, we smithies make weapon and tools. We're talking swords and lances, axes and pickaxes, needles and knives, sharp sticks. Well, maybe not sharp sticks. Anyway, to craft all that, you need to know how to work all manner of metals. Some folk think a strong arm's all it take, but that ain't the half of it. Won't go far without knowledge and technique essential to the craft. That, plus hard work and dedication. Aye, all that's key to becoming a blacksmith. That's neat. This is harder than it looks. Ain't never seen a man swing a sledge. Ain't no one will blink an eye if you go and singe your frillies in the forge. No, I don't want to put my frillies anywhere near there. If you're looking to devote yourself to art of shaping metal plates, then the Armorer's Gate is your temple. Ain't no sword sharp enough or axe big enough that we can't forge a suit of armor to protect against it. The best goddamn blacksmith in these realms works these forges day and night. Every time I see him finish a new piece, my heart swells with pride. Plate or chain, no armor can withstand guild-forged weapons. I'd stake my life on it. Uh-oh, guys, it's a contradiction. Swithin. It is true that a powerful rivalry exists between armorers and smithies, but it's not a contest born of spite. Our guilds will soon lay aside their differences to work on a large commission, such as, say, a warship. That's not to say there isn't the occasional squabble, of course. I've been thinking much about ships these past days, and you know, I don't believe Limsa Lominsa would be the nation she is without them. Could you imagine how it would affect fishing, trade, naval defense? All those vessels are constructed by skilled armorers and smithies, so if you think of Limsa as a ship, you might consider such artisans to be the sturdy keel on which the rest of the city is built. Haznaza. A new boat for the Fisherman's Guild? I'm afraid now isn't the best time. You see, we have recently taken on our commission for a galleon. This task alone has our hands full. But look, I will see what I can do. The Fisherman's Guild has long been one of our best clients, and I would be loath to disappoint Sisyphus. It may take a while, but I shall endeavor to have her boat ready in a timely fashion. I will take these potions. Rats in the Wharf. Hananza has another, yet simple yet profitable task for an interested adventurer. Are you in need of some trifling task to pass the time? Then I have just the job for you. Bateron is offering a reward to any adventurer who slaves at least 5 wharf rats. There's no shortage of the pests lurking outside the Tempest Gate, so you should hurry along and take advantage of this. I need a ship, one that won't sink. Let me see, there's an opening 10 summers hence. Due to ongoing reconstruction, demand for guild steel has never been higher. Be that as it may, the Forge Masters cannot expect to maintain record profits without effort. If Nadik and Vimelius is to remain successful for decades to come, they must ever pursue new markets abroad. Alas, prosperity can dull a man's wits just as well as a stiff drink. I joined the guild with following in Forge Master Hanaza's footsteps, but every day brings a lesson in humility. Mayhap it isn't meant to be. It's okay, girl. You can do it. I believe in you. Maybe there'll be a whole, little quest line about you getting your confidence back or something. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Bland steer. There ain't naught that boils me blood as the sight of an untrained whelp given free range at the ford. The work floor is akin to an armorer's battlefield, and you should bloody well steer clear if you ain't got the necessary skills. Your shoddy armor's like to get some poor sods killed. "30 barrels, do ya? Me ship needs all the salted cod you can spare." Not cod again! Alright, what's out here? My loins throb like Dalamud. My heart burns like Megaflare. You have such a way with words! Ladies, if that line works on you, you should get some higher standards. No offense. Let's see. And why should I take on a scrag as yourself? I want to see him fly, Captain. I have an eye patch. I was going to say that. I've heard heartburn like Megaflare before. It's not great. It's such a weird line. It sure is. Are you hoping to join our crew? You'll have to walk to the back of the line and wait your turn with the others. Perhaps the captain will like your face. Perhaps he'll pitch you over the wall. There are many and more willing to risk his fickle favor for a chance to serve on Limeline's most beloved ship. That's cool, I guess. I don't care, though. I'm leaving. Bye-bye. Let's go pick up our next quest, shall we? Oh, I just noticed we got a new thing. We got Physic. A healing spell. Look, I'm going to cast 2 spells now. I'm sure that spell will be continue to be useful for all the levels to come. Hello. Ninya has information that, unlike last time, is sure to be of interest to you. Oh, you've returned. I hope you do not harbor any ill will towards me for my earlier deception. You see, I believe the most important lesson for a green adventurer to learn is that she should always question the motives of everyone she meets. I have given offense. Please allow me to make it up to you with some advice. Tell me, have you visited the Eyes, outside the Tempest Gate and past Madman Bridge? The sentries stationed there keep watch over the road, and when trouble arises, they sometimes turn to outside help. If you wish to make a name for yourself as a trustworthy adventurer, you should speak with Ancreta at the Eyes and offer your assistance. Baderon, proprietor of the Drowning Wench, wants you to lend a hand at Summerford Farms. Still in Limsa, are you, Aruja? How'd you fancy a trip outside the city walls? I'd like you to visit an orchard by the name of Summerford Farms. Ever heard of the place? The owner, Staleworm, is an old mate of mine. He's got a crew of mostly reformed pirate types, if you can believe that, and he's been trying to bring back a bit of life to the fields after the calamity ruined the soil. He mentioned needing another and or two, and your name sprang to mind. I gave you a glowing recommendation, so make sure you work hard and impress the old bastard. You need directions? The place ain't exactly hard to find. Just take the Zephyr Gate out to the city, and follow the road northeast. Cool. Alright, let's leave the city for the first time. We're gonna start going out to Lower Lenosha, I think. Here we are, Lower Lenosha. You having trouble there, bud? Let's see. You there! Hello! Felt the wind that comes in from Morby Bay, did ya? Fit to hull chestnuts. No wonder the gate back there is called the Tempest Gate. Alright, it's time for combat. Combat time! Kill. Kill everything. Don't forget your book slaps for extra DPS, but I'm not gonna... Well, okay, yeah, sure, let's hear. Yeah! Eh. Got him. Alright. Look at this place. Bikini Bottom. My dog's not doing anything? Yeah, he doesn't do much. We got some Aurelie over here. Nice. Level 5. Poggers. Let's see, when do I get my next thingy? Next level. Okay. Ancreta. Hello. You say someone told you to come work for me, lass. I'm afraid you've been had. We're known to hire adventurers, too, but we always go through the Adventurers Guild. Even if I wanted to assign you duties, Yellow Jacket regulations prohibit me from doing it so directly. Now, if you don't mind working in an unofficial capacity, I have a personal request I could make of you. Alright, well, that fucking asshole lied to us again. But we got new pants! That reminds me, I gotta take our old pants out and put on the new ones. There they are. Let's reorganize this a little bit, just to make it easier on me specifically. Let's see, that goes there, and here, there, bop, boop, bing, bang, boom, bang, bang, boom, pow, smack, crack, kabam. There. Look, we've got a little feather under our ear now. And Creta, sentry at the eyes, solicits assistance. My granddad's head of the Red Rooster Stead. Anok's his name. He asked me to bring him some river toad livers, but the mere thought of putting slimy livers out of slimy frogs give me the shivers. Maybe you'd care to fetch a liver or three for me. You can get 'em by slaying the river toads what dwell around the eyes. Red Rooster Stead lies north of here, which is why we defend this high road. The barley and wool the stead produces feed and clothe the people of Limsa Lominsa. Welcome back from raid, Gecko. How'd it go? Did you win? Oh, there's a fate. Quick, we gotta read the lore. When wheat farmers of Lower Illinois were losing large portions of their crop to locusts, they turned to Melvin's Gate, who introduced Sealdala's cane toads to the fields to devour the Vilekin. Unfortunately, the cane toads, who have no natural predators on Vilbrand, have taken over the region, leaving the farms with no choice but to slay them all. Some more P3 enraged polls. Well, time to kill them all. Stop being invulnerable. Stop it. I'm gonna hit you with my book. Fucker. Okay. I love frog enemies. Alright, let's try and get those last toads here. Okay, asshole. Froggers, indeed. Hey, they missed me. Good fucking luck, idiots. Later, bitch. I did it. And I've learned Aether Charge, Gem Shine, and Summon Ruby. We'll put that there. I unlocked the Trance Gauge. You're a lifesaver, Venturer. Now, I'd take these livers to Grandad myself, but I just can't leave me post. Not to mention the mere sight of those slimy things makes me stomach churn. Would you mind dealing delivery in me stead? Find old Anok at the Red Rooster Stead, and you can turn those river toads' livers to gill. Dog power up. Also, let's read this, because this is funny. Ancreta's grandfather, head of the Red Rooster Stead, has charged her with the procurement of 3 livers from the river toads indigenous to the Eyes. Alas, the squeamish century is sickened by the mere thought of handling livers and requests that you obtain them in her stead. Unable to leave her post and loath to handle the livers, Ancreta tasks you with delivering them to her grandfather Anok in the Red Rooster Stead. Well, might as well. I would say this area is probably a little too high level to us, so we'll come back a little bit later. We've still got stuff to do, after all. We'll come back through and talk to everybody here later. The Gridanians will be none too pleased about that. Another order of lavender from the Alchemists Guild. I swear, this is the last time I send that granddaughter of mine to fetch river toad livers. The soft, spongy liver of a river-dwelling gigantoad. Here you go, sir. Why, these are the livers I asked for. Should have known better. Ancreta has been dainty since she was a wee lass. I regret any trouble we caused you. I've heard that the new wonders use fish levels as fertilizer, so I thought I'd give toad livers a try. Farmer can't be afraid to try new things. Nay, he must grow his knowledge as he grows his crops. That's how this farm grew to be what it is. You'd do well to stick around and see. Alright, let's get into Middle Lenosha then. We have stuff to do over there. Let's see, we've been going for about 4 hours now, and my voice is starting to feel like it's going to tear my throat out. So, once we finish up this here Arcanist quest, I think, and turn in everything that we have around the city, I think we'll call it for the day. But this is about as far as I expected to get in one session. About 4 hours. 1/4 of that entire thing was making the character. Another 1/4 of it was just doing the tutorial. You know, just regular stuff. Middle Lenosha. Alright, we're looking for sheep. It's cloudy out today, isn't it? Or foggy, I guess. Oh, that's right, I actually have to talk with somebody before I can even... There is a carbuncometer, yeah. Actually, you know what? There is one more thing I'm going to do. Oh, excuse me, sir. This here's the Zephyr Gate, one of the great thresholds of Limsa Lominsa. We'd to dry the sweat on our brows and cool the fervor of our journey, huh? Ha! Alright, we're going to swing by this over here, and then we're going to go by the Arcanist Guild and turn that quest in as well. Abelfar. The Bismarck wants fresh lambs, does it? Gods, I could do with a slice myself, fresh off the grill and dripping in its own juices. Sorry, friend, I haven't had a single bite to eat since my shift began. I know that feeling. Anyway, you can get lamb easy enough by hunting the lambs that graze outside the city. Go through the Zephyr Gate and follow the path east and south for a bit. You'll run into the fluffy and tasty critters before long. Thanks, bud. Might as well turn in this quest over here. Welcome to Limsa Lominsa. If there's aught you would know, feel free to... You've got something for me, you say? A missing persons list? I'm not sure I follow. Here you go. A disturbingly long list of people who have gone missing in recent moons. Thanks for bringing the list. I'll be sure to memorize these names. If any of the missing persons reappear, you can count on me to spot them. Most folk enter the city via the Zephyr Drift, which means they must pass through Bulwark Hall. That's why I'm on constant watch here, and undercover so as to keep an eye out for suspicious activity. I've been doing this for so long, I've become a pretty good judge of character. If there's shading characters sulking about, you can rest assured I can pick them out. Natanmo needs help keeping the city a bright and cheery place. Sounds like you've already in the Yellow Jackets' good graces. You truly are a model adventurer, a paragon among your fellows. Do you think you could do me a favor? You see, I'm supposed to go and fill up all the street lamps with oil so they'll stay lit during the night. But thanks to all this business of missing people, I can't simply up and leave my post. If you could tend to the street lamps in my stead, I'd be eternally grateful. Oh, and when you're finished, please fetch more oil from Sisyphus in the Fisherman's Guild. We're running low here, and she cares for our stores. Well, okay, I guess we're doing that too. Unable to leave her post, Natanmo has asked you with inspecting the street lamps about town. Refill them with street lamp oil, lest they run dry. Oh, there's one here. Street lamp oil. Fuel used to light the street lamps of Limsa Lominsa. It reeks of fish. Oh yeah, we also have these 4 Aurelia umbrellas. The soft, gelatinous body of an Aurelia, a delicacy in off art where it is dried, then sliced and mixed with oil of sesame and dragon peppers. There's these people. This guy's saying he's a bodice inspector. Are you meant to... What? You're looking right past her, dude. Look at his eyeline. He's barely looking at her. He's like, whoa. What's up with that door back there? Alright, one more. There we go. Let's see. Nope, not that one. You've refilled the guttering street lamps. Speak with Sisyphus at the Fisherman's Guild to receive more street lamp oil. Hello! You're doing what? What am I to do with that girl? She has the nerve for ask me to work, twaddling tripe about her savings, only to foist it on the first adventurer that comes along. Being young and pretty does not give you a license to shirk responsibility. Oh, she'll get her oil all right, and a piece of my mind to boot. It appears we have had work foisted onto us again. Classic. Imagine having a license to shirk. Yeah, it's called being level 48 on a tank. Or whatever level you unlock it at. I see the creatures beyond the walls posed you little threat. It is with great pleasure, then, that I formally recognize your initiation into the guild. From this day forth, you may proudly bear the title of Arcanist. I suggest you continue your forays into the wilderness, and keep the pages of your grimoire turning. There is no finer teacher than the Hearst Mistress of Experience. And to commemorate the occasion, I gift you with this hunting log. The enemies marked within its pages have been specifically chosen to challenge your abilities in Arcanima. When you devise a new strategy or tactic, you now have a ready source of opponents on which to test it. And when you feel you can command carbuncle easy as you might move your own limbs, return to me for further instructions. I will be waiting. We got some raisins! Dried lowlands grapes, sweetened in the sun. Nice. What's in the box? Acting Guildmaster Thibigrim wishes to assess the improvement of your Arcanima skills. Ah, Ruja, isn't it? Are you eating well? An empty stomach distracts the mind and leads to hurried judgment. I must oft remind my Arcanists to take their meals, as ensconced as they become in their studies. Speaking of which, have you been practicing your tactics with the carbuncle? I believe it is time to assess the improvement of your skills. As with your previous trial, I would have you defeat foes in Lower Lenosha. 3 wild dodos and 3 tiny mandragoras, to be precise. Watch carefully the behavior of your opponents, formulate an effective strategy, and utilize your arcane entity to its fullest potential. I expect you back in time for breakfast. It's like 4 a.m., ma'am. I will do my best. Anyway, let's get off to Lower Lenosha then, and kill those things, and then come back. Oh, hey, these things are on our hunting log. Why can't I use Aether Charge yet? Do I have to bring my carbuncle out again? Oh, of course, I can only use it in combat. There we go. Onwards and upwards. Alright, we should find the mandragoras and the dodos right up here, I believe. Yep, there's the dodos. Let's activate our new ability. Now we're level 7. We can also activate Summon Ruby. Get him, little dude. Look at him go. Bonk. Just out of curiosity, let's use that last one. There we go. Nice. On to the mandragoras. And then we'll probably just go... I think we actually have to go back to the Arcanists Guild. Cool. How many more wind sprites do we need? One more? Let's see. Is there one readily available around here? No? Okay. Let's just go back to Limsa using our handy-dandy return spell. Teleport to the Arcanists Guild and then turn some shit in. Nope. That's the wall. Welcome back, Ruja. It appears your coordination with Carbuncle is progressing at a satisfactory pace. Shall we test your growing acumen with a more practical examination? Our work at Malvin's Gate requires us to inspect and record the contents of incoming cargo. To simulate such a task, I have several crates transported to this cliff south of the Zephyr Gate. I want you to examine those crates, then return the inspected cargo here to me. You'd be surprised at the depths at which some merchants will sink to deter our customer agents from performing their thorough investigations. False bottoms, rotting foodstuffs, flesh-eating vilekin. I suggest you be prepared for any eventuality. Alright. It's a little fucked up, but okay. And conveniently, this is also where we need to go to kill sheep. Oh wow, it is really foggy out. Yo, it's just like Minecraft and somebody turned down the render distance. I love killing things with the book. Yeah! Alright, we also got a ram horn, coiled horn of a male sheep. Also animal skin, supple hide of a wild animal. Fresh lamb, lamb meat so fresh it still smells of the mother's teat. Interesting. Silver chocobo feather, a common symbol of friendship throughout the realm. These brilliant plumes can be exchanged at calamity salvagers for special rewards. Aetheryte ticket. Good for a single journey through the Aetheryte network. Slugs. My mortal enemy. Remember back in Final Fantasy III when scholars could equip books, which were elemental weapons, but everybody could dual-wield, so it became prudent to have Scholar on the front lines dealing dual-wielding books and clobbering enemies with them? Good times. Reading Rainbow. Alright. What? Huh? You okay, or... I'm not a threat. Pray ignore my presence for the present and allow me a moment to cogitate. Huh? The reaction to my sudden appearance was within extended parameters. Expected parameters. Though I must admit, I did not expect you so proficient at a performance against the enemies I set against you. Or enemies set against you. Yet, effective as your tactics were, I spied much room for improvement. As I watched you battle, the wheels of my mind whirred into motion, as they are wont to do, inventing other possible strategies you might have employed. Let's see, taking into account your current level of ability, factoring in etheric constant, multiplying by the number of opponents, then applying your tactics to other potential combat scenarios. Oh dear. My calculations indicate failure upon encountering threat level 9,785. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. Though the opportune window to do so has now passed, I would nevertheless introduce myself. I'm, Kailiha, a Maven's Gate assessor. Acting Guildmaster Thubgrim elected me to oversee your training and provide any necessary guidance and instruction in the field of Arcanima. Well, hello, nerd. Fellow nerd. From what I have observed thus far, you have an admirable grasp of the fundamentals. Grasp? Grasp. I do, however, wish to confirm one small detail. Regarding your choice of arcane geometries, what factors your most influences during your actions during battle? Let's see. Does our girl want to outwit enemies, potential for amusement, or simply do what she feels is right? What does our audience think? What is our girl like? Wit? That seems good. Aha! Just as I predicted. And now I have the final element needed to perform another calculation. The probability of you becoming an Arcanist of note is 90%. Give or take half a percent. Yes, the certainty is quite high. After all, I only know of one other practitioner who responded to my question in the same matter. It was the man who bestowed upon me this grimoire, the Guildmaster himself. While our inscrutable leader is, as I'm sure you've heard, on an indefinite leave of absence, he did leave us with the most notorious saying to date. Strategy is a tool to use to manipulate one's situation into the desired reality. No matter how gifted you and I might be, however, the instantaneous manipulation of reality that might cause us to suddenly become mighty Arcanists is beyond our present abilities. Discipline and experience is the finest strategy in this case. I suggest you continue to focus on refining your aptitude with Carbuncle. Mastery with an arcane entity will greatly improve your success as a wielder of Arcanima. Here ends your lesson for today. Pray return directly to the guild. I believe Mr. Slubagrim is waiting some inspected cargo. And what of myself? I'm off to the fields, of course. The tactics I reasoned out earlier must be attempted in real-life scenarios. Theory is all well and good, but there is no substitute for actual combat. We will meet again soon. Meow. Bye-bye. I like her. Easily one of the job NPCs of all time. Practice crate. A wooden cargo crate used by Maven's Gate to train new assessors. Alright, well, we got a shit ton of quests to turn in, so let's do it, baby. And then we'll, fucking go to sleep. Because our girl is probably very tired from all this interacting with people. She's an introvert. Kind of sucks that I don't think she shows up anywhere after the Arcanist class quest or ever. I believe you're right, and sadly, I think the case is also the same for the Guildmaster of the Arcanist Guild as well. I don't think he ever shows up ever again, which is unfortunate, because he's such a weird and interesting character. Hello! Ah, Ruja, have you returned with the cargo? Yep. Yes, everything seems to be in order, relatively clear of blood and other gore. There can be something of a problem in our profession, you understand. I also had word from Kelia regarding your performance. She seemed eager to continue your training. An odd lass, I'll admit, but the guild can boast no finer mind for tactics. You would do well to heed her instruction she offers, particularly that which touches on the diligent approach to our art. Did you perhaps notice the battered tome Kelia carries? That initiate's grimoire has served her from the day she entered the guild. She has her reasons, but it's admittedly strange to see it kept all the way to her present position as Foreseer. I fear such an intense focus on Arcanima has led her to overlook other important aspects of life. As our master strategist guides your Arcanist training, I hope you might return the favor and help to broaden her own perspective somewhat. But enough of such matters for the moment. You've done well this day, Ruja. Continue your practice with Carbuncle as Kylia has bid. I will be here when the time comes for your next lesson. New coat, new book. Yes, now we look appropriately nerdy. Alright, and now we have to go turn in some quests. Hello! Have you any luck obtaining the fresh lamb? Please hurry, the guests are arriving any moment now. Here you go. 4 fresh slices of lamb, and right in the nick of time. Thank you ever so much. Needs opaque Coke bottle glasses with swirls on the lens? We'll have to see if we can get some. 'Tis times like these when I feel I fulfilled my role. I used to be a chef myself, you see, but my skills weren't quite up to par. So when the Bismarck expanded operations, I asked to be made its provisioner instead. This way I can still be part of the business in spite of my shortcomings. That's nice. Ah, we have unlocked Addle. Love a good Addle. Are we wearing mittens now? Yes! Let's go! Mittens! Now we're getting fucking cozy. Alright. Oh, man. Oh, someone new. Hello. Welcome to the Mizzenmast Inn. Fledgling adventurer, are ya? I'm sorry, lass, but you can't stay until Baderon gives you his say-so. You just have to keep working away, and I'm sure he'll add your name to me list before long. Gah ha ha! What about the inn? The Mizzenmast Inn is a place where visitors to Limsa come to rest their weary heads. Our soft beds and wide chambers are a damn sight more comfortable than a swinging hammock in some cramped fish-stinking cabin. But we're a bit picky about our clientele, you see, so I can only offer rooms to them what got the seal of approval from Baderon himself. You keep making a difference for our folks here in Limsa, though, and you'll be bedding down here in the Mizzenmast before long. Gah ha ha! Thanks, man. Baderon! Sajobi said an adventurer might be dropping by to deliver something special. That you, lass? Yep. Ah, hells, lass, you didn't have to go through all this trouble. Ah, a goddamn smell! I've hated Aurelia umbrellas since I was a sellsword. 'Tis only the nastiest shit I've ever put in my mouth. We tried sprinkling it with salt and cooking it over a campfire. Was 'twas still little better than chewing on driftwood. Try it for yourself, lass. You'll see what I mean. Oh, apparently he actually hates it. Let's get the elegant bronze piece here. Ah, so you slew a few rats. Good on you, lass. This bloke comes through the other gate and plops this huge sack the size of a bleeding gooboo on the counter, saying any man what slays rats can have something from within. When I inquired to why, all he says is the damn noise they makes when he drives about scurrying around is driving him insane. You ask me, though, he was already probably a bit touched. Something tells me the poor lad'll never find peace. Behold, everyone! Hat! Ha! Just kidding, Viera can't wear hats. Life sucks. But, we've been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's, an exorbitant amount of time for me to be talking. Whew. But, once again, thank you all very much for joining me today. I hope you all enjoyed yourself. I hope you, got some enjoyment and fun out of me reading all this stuff for you. I'm not 100% sure when I'll be able to do this next. My work schedule is a little strange for the weekends, and I usually work weekends, which means I don't always have access to being able to stream like every Sunday or whatever, but the next time we meet, we will be continuing the story here, and I will probably have a guest from among you who signed up for my little list. Additionally, I should mention, if you did not get a chance to fill out the questionnaire or the poll, and you do actually want to potentially be a guest star, feel free to DM me on Discord or whatever, or shoot me a message anywhere, really, and I'll add you to the list. It doesn't, the poll wasn't the only time you could do that. But, anyway, it's time to say goodbye to our little girl. Good night, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Goodbye.